Hey everybody, I'm Raquel. We have DL, and didn't really do much today. Just had my appointment, and kind of slept in. I
Hmm.
didn't feel like going outside because it's like really hot out.
Yeah, I didn't do a whole
Yeah,
lot today myself.
nah, it's too hot, way too hot.
Hmm. Look, I'm looking on YouTube. Raquel's on. Uh,
So let's see. It says I'm looking at Twitter right now,
yeah,
and it says United and American Airlines are cutting flights.
yeah,
Why?
because they're short-handed.
Oh, is that why?
Hmm.
Well, that's going to make it a lot tougher for people to travel during the summer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe they shouldn't have been such a-holes.
United Airlines will cut about 50 daily flights from the Newark Liberty International Airport next month, an effort
Hmm.
to reduce delays that have disrupted travelers' plans this year. Meanwhile, American Airlines plans to drop service to 4 U.S. cities in September. Uh, which will lose scheduled commercial air service altogether. That's not good. Hello, Alistair. How are you?
Alistair.
How are
Hmm.
you doing? Good, I hope. Hopefully, trying to stay cool and hydrated.
Cool, yes. Hydrated, probably not so much.
Doing good. Just got back from feeding a baby deer. Yes, I saw your Instagram post. That little Bambi deer looks really cute.
Hmm.
There's a lot of shows I haven't seen that I need to catch up on.
Yeah.
I successfully downloaded a mod for the first time. Awesome, good for you. Indeed, she is. At least I think it's a girl.
Mm.
Mm. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I'm gonna watch that Thor movie, Love and Thunder.
No, I had no desire to see it.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Let's see. Let's see. It's the 23rd. We're still on Pride Month.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Season 3 of the Umbrella Academy has just dropped. I really want to check that out sometime soon.
Yeah. Well, we can always do it whenever. I mean,
Hmm. I got to see the last Obi-Wan show episode last night. Ah, uh, well, let's see. I think there's mixed reviews about it. Some people like it, some people hate it.
well,
Mm.
uh, Critical Drinker had a panel today, and in a few words, they basically said it was a shit show.
Yeah, I know people are not really. Most of the people that like Star Wars are not really happy about it, but there are like a small few that do like it.
Well, that's because they didn't grow up with the original Star Wars. You know,
Hmm.
the people who grew up with the original Star Wars hate it.
Right. I didn't grow up with the real original Star Wars. In the early days, like 70s and 80s. I grew up with the prequels.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Star Wars I grew up with.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
Liam Neeson.
Lisa. Yeah.
Yeah, Edward McGregor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's the Star Wars I grew up with. Tomorrow, my buddy's spending the night at my place again. That's good. I recently got myself some new stuff from Walmart in Ashland. Specifically, got a Beast Wars figure, Scorponok, U, and Deadpool manga called Deadpool Samurai. Oh, nice. Even found a Uzumaki coloring book there too.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't buy that one since I haven't read the actual manga yet, but it still looks cool. Yeah, that's horror manga. Not my Horror is not really my thing. But nice. I can't remember the last time I've been to a Walmart, to be honest. Usually I just go to Target and that's really about it.
What do you do about groceries?
I go to my local food store chain, Kroger's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, usually I just go to either Kroger's or if I need some actual supplies, I just go to Target.
Food. The food might be a little cheaper at Wally World. You know.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know.
I grew up with both the prequels and the original trilogy, along with the Clone Wars cartoon by David Filoni, and some games and some kids' books, and a comic with drugs in it. Yeah, but you didn't. I mean, what is DL saying? You weren't actually there when the original trilogy came along. That's
No.
what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
When the prequels came along, I was just a kid, and that's how I got introduced to Star Wars because of the prequels. And yeah, my dad had the original trilogy on VSH tape at the time. I don't think we have those anymore. Just the DVDs. Yeah, that's true, and I know it come it come out when my parents and my grandparents were young. Yeah, my dad saw A New Hope for the first time in theaters when he was little.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. My first, well, the movie, the first Star Wars movie I saw in theaters was Return of the Sith. Even my mom is big on Star Wars too.
So, who was the Return of the Sith was the first movie?
That the first Star Wars movie that I see in theaters, yes. Return
So you watched the last one first, basically. Sounds like,
Star Wars Return of the Sith.
or one of the last ones anyway.
Yeah, 2005. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep, that was the first and only Star Wars film I saw in theaters.
Mm, I saw them all except for the Disney bullshit. I didn't see any of those in the theater. I wasn't gonna
I
pay a
haven't. I
dime.
haven't either.
I wasn't gonna pay a dime.
Hello, Bone. How are you? Hey, Jens. How are you guys doing this fine evening? Where are you, Mora? I see that you're online.
You messaged her, didn't you?
Yeah, send her the link.
Yeah.
She must be outside or something.
Mm, could be.
Mm-hmm. I also remember getting a big Millennium Falcon toy with mini flags and sounds and voice snippets from A New Hope. I didn't have any Star Wars toys as a kid.
Oh, I had a few, but nothing major. Because I had to buy them my damn self.
Hmm.
So I didn't get any unless I bought them myself.
Yeah, I didn't have any Star Wars toys, just the movies, really. Mostly we had uh, a Super Nintendo, a Game Boy, some Barbie dolls, and some car toys like Hot Wheels. That was about it. I ate some McDonald's snack wraps too. Snack wraps?
I don't know about those. What are those?
Yeah. Snack wraps? Are you talking like some kind of burrito or something like that? Snack wraps. I don't think I ever heard of that at McDonald's. I don't think.
Never heard of those. And if anybody would have heard about anything from McDonald's, it'd be Raquel because she's a McDonald's fiend.
Yes, I love McDonald's. Like I can't. I remember my family friend of mine. She took me and my sister to McDonald's, and I remember this clearly because there was George of the Jungle poster on the window at McDonald's.
Okay.
I remember this. Um, Took my first bite of the chicken nuggies and fries and the shake, like brain blast. It's like this stuff is good.
Now
And
it's time to grow up and go to a real chicken place and get a real chicken sandwich.
Oh, we had a chicken bacon ranch wrap.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Oh, I had a chicken sandwich tonight from McDonald's. Yes,
Mm.
McDonald's has the best fries and chicken nuggets, including their shakes. I love their shakes.
How do you ever get a shake? I mean, it always seems like the machines broke down.
I don't know. I guess I
Just
guess you have.
lucky, I guess.
I guess so. I mean, I know the like at a certain point of the night and a certain point of the week, our makeshift machine is down when they're really just like cleaning it and shutting it down for the day. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Popeyes is my favorite chicken sandwich.
It's good. Popeyes has really good chicken. I bet you'd love the sandwich.
Mhm.
You ought to need to give it a try. It won't kill you. I guarantee it won't kill you.
Of course it won't.
You know, you survived Arby's. If you survive Arby's chicken sandwich, you can definitely survive.
They screwed up my order though. Like I asked for a plain chicken sandwich, but and
Yeah, but you
instead,
survived, right?
yeah, I did. Instead of giving me a plain chicken sandwich, they put like lettuce and whatever that garnish was on top.
Well, that's when you call them. Or did you go there, or it wasn't delivered?
Delivered.
That's when you call and you raise hell.
It was late at night. I was looking. I didn't feel like raising hell. It was only $4. Nice.
$4, $4, $4.
At least, well, I told you, like as summer goes along, you're gonna see the gas prices go up. And someone posted a pic of the gas prices. I don't know where on Twitter, and it says $7 a gallon.
We haven't hit five yet, but it's real close. And anybody who no, shut up, Gary. Oh, I mean deranged.
Oops! You just doxed yourself.
Just my first name. They don't know the rest. You know.
Lettuce and tomato is good on chicken sandwiches. Bacon too. Yeah, they put lettuce and tomato and whatever that liquid garnish was on top. Cool
Liquid.
Ranch or something or mayonnaise. I don't
Well, heaven
know.
forbid somebody put a little bit of veggie on your sandwich. Veggies won't. It's they're healthy. They're good for you. You don't want nothing good. You don't want healthy. You want the
Not
deep
at that
fried.
particular time. No,
You ever? When's the last time you ate a salad?
like a week ago.
I had one for lunch.
I had tater tots and I think.
You had tater tots with your salad.
Hmm.
Was that was that your croutons? Was your tater?
Yeah, I like to mix.
Uh,
I like to mix things up.
apparently.
Wasn't a voice chat in a server I'm in, and me and the people on there talked about Star Wars, and one of them shared his idea how the sequel trilogy should have went. Like what? How should it went? You saw $4.99 a gallon the other day.
Boo hiss.
Mm. Hello, George Lucas.
Only if you were real George. I know I had to have a few choice words for you.
I love tater tots. I make them all the time in the air fryer, covered in cheese. Ooh, nice. Had a warm pretzel today. I love a soft pretzel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can literally get them at the grocery store, and I put them in this little convention oven, and
Mm-hmm.
no, there's the soft pretzel. Mainly the roles of the resistance and the first order be reversed alike, and have the new republic be the big empire, and have the first order to be the resistance. Because not all resistance are created by good people. Well, that is true.
I resist that.
I haven't seen. Oh, what's that movie? Which Star Wars movie is it? The Rise of Skywalker? Yeah, I haven't seen that one. Not yet, at
I tell
least.
you what, if you want to see a halfway decent Star Wars movie, watch Rogue One. That was the last good Star Wars movie they actually made.
Mm, yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Not the Han Solo one, because that really did not do so good. Apparently.
It blew.
Mm,
They made it. See, they made it. Nobody asked for it. Nobody wanted it. They were only trying to get a cash grab. You know,
right.
and their cash grab didn't go so well.
Apparently not. Milton, how are you?
It is the insane witch king.
Yeah, how are you doing? Been a little bit.
Who you calling mortal?
I never watched The Rise of Skywalker either, probably never will.
I won't.
Well, I know you won't, but I might will.
No.
I don't know, maybe.
No.
Also have the First Order not be the Empire 2.0, but be most likely its own thing while taking influence by organizations before like the Empire. The CIS and even the Sith Empire. Okay. Be afraid. I am a moderate. Ha ha ha. I will behave moderately. All right, that's fine. Just don't get it too
Since when?
spicy. I'm doing very well. Super Saiyan Girl, how are you? I'm doing good. You know, trying to stay busy, but also, trying to chillax.
Chillax. You trying to chillax. I'm gonna chillax right here.
Mm-hmm. Basically, be mostly a terrorist organization and be the Cobra of Star Wars. This
What?
is not. This is not GI Joe.
Yeah.
Alistair.
What? What, Milton? I don't get no hello? Damn. How long do you and I know each other?
I love kitty cats.
I saw a bumper sticker one day. You would have hated.
Oh yeah.
It said, I love cats, dead ones.
Oh no.
I saw that and I'm like, Raquel would not like that bumper sticker.
No no. Also have the New Republic create their own GI Joe anti-terrorist team to counteract the First Order's actions. Again, this is Star Wars, not GI Joe. Alistair.
G.I. Ho.
That's why I just call him DL. Only 2 letters. Two letters of the alphabet. That's not that hard.
DL. Hello, DL. It was Chef that started calling me DL.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. Was Pete supposed to do a stream tonight?
he was, but he said something came up, so he's gonna do one tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the community post he put on. We even discussed a different and original villain for the sequels rather than having Darth Sidious brought back. To be honest, I'm kind of glad they did brought him back. I wish they could show him off more.
Mm,
I mean, he was cut in half. He brought back by his mother, I suppose. And then he did have a body, the lower body of a mechanical spider, but then it changed to actual robotic legs.
mm-hmm.
Especially not a clone, which the Rise of Skywalker novel adaptation tried to establish its damage control. I'm not really familiar with the Star Walker novels. I'm really not. My knowledge on that's pretty unknown.
The thing is, the original trilogy, I read the books before I actually saw any of the movies.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. I wish I kept those books. I think I gave them away once I was done read them.
Mm. Hello, almost tactical. How are
Hey,
you?
almost.
You. Greetings, Dr. Forbin.
Hey, doctor.
Then we end up talking remakes and reboots, how they should and how should not be handled. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Kaiju. Oh, I did watch Johnny Depp's version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Did you ever watch Willy Wonka?
I did. I'm familiar with both films, and I say both are good.
Mm.
Thank you, Milton. I appreciate it. Yeah, I watched it on Netflix last week. Uh, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah. Do, 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 do.
And I like the. Let's see. I do want to somewhat watch the Sleepy Hollow movie of Johnny Depp.
It's actually a good movie.
Mm,
I wish we could get you to watch John Wick. You know,
maybe.
there's that one part is a very small part, and they don't even show it. They allude to it,
Okay.
and if it bothers you, you know what? You have something called eyelids, and you can close your eyes.
Hit the mute button, huh?
Yeah, it's only lasts a couple seconds. By the time you hit the mute button, it'll be over.
Thank you, Milton. Yeah, it is a great movie.
Nina Infinity and John Talks were interested in Dr. Foreman's um, Avatar
Hmm.
last night.
There's a lot of King Kong and Godzilla movies really haven't seen.
Oh, yeah. I don't
All
mind them,
right,
but when they
Milton.
start getting silly, good night, Milton.
No, he's checking something on a social
Oh, I thought
Discord.
he was saying good night. Oh,
No, no, no. He's just checking something. A bit of everything we like to talk about. That's why it's called FunHouse Shenanigans. It's a free for all, really.
free for all. So we talk about anything we want.
Mm-hmm. As long as
Anything.
it's not as long as it's not inappropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's inappropriate for one person? I'm just tormenting you. You know, I'm just tormenting
Yeah, you're like texting me, tormenting me when I was like, outside in a hot tub and I was gonna get something to eat. You kept texting me. It's like I'm just trying to relax here, but it's all good.
you. You know, you can always uh, mute your phone or whatever so it won't bother you.
Yeah,
I
but
have to.
what if someone needs to really get a hold of me?
Well, you were relaxing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yesterday I was like, what? I was asleep, and my mother called me saying, "No, that happened 2 weeks ago." I was like asleep. Then she called me saying that your aunt is telling me that your Facebook got hacked. Shut down your Facebook now, now. Like she's all in a freaking panic. Like, okay, calm freaking down. I'll fix it. Gee whiz. Like, did you really have to call me and scream at me in my ear when I'm like just woke up from a dead sleep?
Say, let me at least wipe the sleep out of my eyes first.
Yeah, like my eyes are all fogged up. I just woke up. Hello, happy dinosaur.
That's Happy Dinosaur 8000.
Mm-hmm. Hey, nobody. How are you doing?
Nobody's in the house. Hello.
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 Hello. Anybody
What's the
home
problem? Can't you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
now?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Weird.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. Did a lot of work today. Um,
It,
I kind of was having a nap there and finally woke up. I noticed you were streaming.
Ah, just got up from a nap, huh? I took a long
Yeah.
nap today.
I've been known to take a long nap
Hmm.
or two in my day.
Yeah. I thought it was just like maybe an hour. And then I looked at the time and oh, geez. I've been asleep for like 2.5 hours. Goodness. Doc, Milton,
Mm-hmm.
how's it going, guys?
It's hot as hell outside.
I have the opposite problem. It's cooled right off. It's been rainy again for quite a while. Had a really nice day the other day, but it's just, wow, not since then.
Yeah, I don't really want to step outside 'cause it's so freaking hot. And me being so pale, I know I'm gonna burn in the within 5 or 10 minutes.
So you a pale skin.
Yeah, it doesn't take much when I'm in the Texas sun. I immediately go beet red and eventually get a little bit sunburned. That's how it usually goes.
I got a purr from Mora.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
She didn't answer me. She's in
Well,
trouble.
I don't know what to tell you.
Tell her I sent her a
I was
link.
watching.
I told you were doing a
I had a
live
good
stream.
laugh earlier today. Before my nap, I was eating my supper, and as I was eating supper, I'm watching The Simpsons on one of my favorite BitChute channels. And it's an older one, of course, because nobody posts or watches the new ones. It's the one where Burns wants to make Bart his heir. And I'm like, oh, this is a funny one. As soon as it came on, I'm like, okay, I remember this one because it's the one where Burns puts Bart in a suit just like his. And Bart's like, it's a little tight. He says, that's all right. Soon you'll have a mighty hump. Because his back's all bent over, like Burns.
Oh yeah.
But the one I had forgotten about is Burns is trying to play with Bart. And he's going to kick a football towards Bart. And fucking Smithers is holding it. And of course, it's only 3 steps away to kick the ball, but by the time he gets there, Monty is completely pooped out. Like just, and when he does go to kick, he passes out as he's kicking, and he kicks Smithers right in the face. I had forgotten that scene.
That is a good one.
Hey, Buka.
How about the one where Burns was running for political office and he had to eat the 3-eyed fish?
Yeah, that one's good too because it's even gross. Like you're looking at that, it's a drawing. It shouldn't revolt you, but it does.
Yeah.
You know it's awful.
The 3-eyed fish and each eye blinks individually.
Yeah, that's a good one actually.
I do use sunscreen, but it has to be like 100 sunscreen because, like, okay, my skin is like pale as Snow White. It has to be, the sunblock has to be strong enough to protect my skin, and it has to be PABA free too.
You want to use that sunscreen that they used in RoboCop, that purple stuff. In that commercial they were doing.
I don't even know. I haven't watched the movie.
Yeah, she's putting on this sunscreen, and they said they say the sun can hurt us, and she's putting it on, and one of the side effects of the sunscreen, since it's so thick and her thing could cause cancer.
Right? Brilliant.
First few of the seasons of The Simpsons were pure gold. How
Mhm.
old are? I know it's old. 89, I think.
Oh, I don't know. Something's been around a long.
It has to be 80,
Yeah, I think you're right.
89.
Let's see.
I always think of it. It's linked to the year one of my daughters was born.
Yeah,
You know,
89.
like,
89.
and I was glued to it because initially I was I had watched these little Simpson cuts on the Tracy Ullman show,
Oh
and I
yeah,
loved
that's
them. They were
right.
hilarious.
Yeah.
The only reason I watched Tracy Ullman was to catch those. And finally, yeah, then they brought out the show. Man, I was waiting for it for weeks because they had announced it, man.
Yeah, it's
And
from.
it was gold. They really delivered, man.
Forgot about old Tracy Ullman.
Yeah, sadly, I don't remember much about her. I remember her name, that she was redhead and British. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Funny that the Simpsons survived and she didn't.
Let's see.
Yeah.
It began in September 1989, and it's going on for 33 seasons.
Well, so as old as you are, Raquel.
Yes, the same age as me.
Just the only problem is that the last 10 years have been absolute
Yeah, the
garbage.
last 10 years suck.
Well, if you're going for that long, it's kind of hard to make up new material. You know what I
They
mean?
need to put it out to pasture, man.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, the ratings must just bite.
It's because they got nothing else to put on.
I don't know this whole conspiracy that the Simpsons can predict the future.
No.
I think because it's been going on for so long.
Even
Yeah,
a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then.
this is true. But some of those episodes are remarkably accurate. Like, oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Like the one where Trump was going to run for president, and and actually had him come down the stairs in the cartoon, and then that's how he did it. He came down the stairs in real life.
I love the Carol Burnett show, too. My
Yeah.
God. Harvey Korman and what was the other fella's name? Jesus, they were funny
Lyle
together.
Wagner was one of them, and then there was Tim
Conway.
Tim Conway.
Tim
Yes.
Conway.
And see, Carol Burnett had a standing order not to cut out the bloopers, because the bloopers were always the funniest part.
Well, they were always making each other laugh.
See who could break the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, it was hilarious to watch, man. The poor Carol trying to gag away or hide her laughter.
They were always trying to say who could make the other one crack up first. Tim Conway he'd be deadpan serious, but he was just cracking them up, with his stories.
Yeah. No, he was. He was the destroyer. He's the one that always got Harvey. Poor old Harvey would be just dying, trying not to laugh at the stupid faces and shit that Tim would make. My favorite on that is The Family. With Eunice and Mama and all that. I never liked Mama's Family.
Yeah.
I didn't like Mama's Family, the series. But on Carol Burnett, The Family skits were priceless.
Multiplayer games. On the PS4. I mean, I don't know if you're playing a handheld game or you're playing a console. Multiplayer games. Try Elder Scrolls Online. That's a multiplayer game.
Oh yeah, it's winter on the other side of the world. I forgot.
Hey, Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Console or PC? Yeah, choice. I'm enjoying Elder Scrolls Online or ESO. Uh, yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. I might play more tomorrow.
And see, the town that they lived in Mama's family was called Raytown. Well, there is a Raytown, Missouri, and the guy who wrote this came up with the concept. He met a girl from Raytown, Missouri, and he thought, "What a hickey name for a town," and he never forgot it, and that's why he used the name in the show.
Cool. No, I remember she goes on the Gong Show, and they mention that all the way from Raytown. Here's Eunice. Eunice tries to sing, and it's awful, of course. And she gets gonged. Do you know that? Here's a stupid one because everybody knows it. But I got to throw it out there. Do you know why Carol Burnett at the end of every show would always pull on her earlobe?
Was that for her aunt saying goodnight to her aunt or something like that?
Yeah, it was. It was to say goodnight to one of her aunts.
And see, people thought her and Vicki Lawrence were sisters because they looked so much alike. They weren't related. They weren't related at all.
No. Actually, the funny part is Vicki Lawrence.
I know, it was the same thing I wore yesterday. If you ever have those two
Vicki
days,
Lawrence
do that
played
again.
Mama,
Break
and she
your
was
arms
the
again.
youngest of the entire cast.
Hey, kitty.
I'm sorry, nobody. What did you say? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
Nobody. I was just saying Vicki Lawrence played Mama, the oldest member of the family, and yet she was the youngest person in the cast.
Oh yeah.
When she started playing Mama, she was 19.
Yeah. She was a youngin' when she started the show. No kidding. I'd like to see some of those early episodes.
I got news for you. They're all on YouTube. Carol Burnett
wow.
has a YouTube channel. You can watch all of those old her tweet shows and all of the family episodes and everything. They're hilarious.
I'll have to watch that because Mom and Dad were watching that show when I came along, and so I never saw it at the very beginning. But every week, Carol Burnett's on. We're watching Carol Burnett.
ear tug.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ear tug.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out which
that
one
was
gonna be
one we
old enough
never
to
knew.
remember.
Kitty. My kitty is right next to me.
Aww.
I remember as a kid when she started singing "I'm So Glad We Had This Time Together," it was kind of a bad feeling because it was bedtime. Carol Burnett's over, you gotta go to bed.
I'm trying to remember what show or shows that my mom would be like, all right, it's bedtime. I'd be like, I think it would vary depending on what movie they were trying to watch. I remember the first time they were trying to settle in and watch Basic Instinct. They told me it was time to go to bed. I'm like, so I decided to troll them, even though I didn't know that was called trolling at the time. So when it first got to TV, I was probably like 14. And we had a spare remote control. It was a Panasonic, so it was from the last VCR. So this VCR was a Panasonic, so it worked on the same VCR, on this different VCR. So like they were sitting here watching TV, and the kitchen table's here, and the hallway's here. So I snuck under the kitchen table here. I could see the TV, and I'd hit pause, then I'd hit power, and just fuck with them. They're like, "What is going on?" It took them like 5 minutes, realized I was on the table fucking with them with the remote. And they took the remote away and sent me to my room.
It shows the first episode and what she looked like. Oh my God, she was so young, Carol Burnett, and she had the real short hair
Oh
and she
yeah.
had this bright yellow shirt on, looked like Big Bird. Oh my gosh.
Big Bird.
Yeah. That's a god
Yeah,
awful look.
and that's just it. That's when there was no Tim Conway wasn't on the show. He did a few guest spots and then eventually made it on to the show permanently.
Oh yeah. He kind of took Lyle Wagner's spot. Yeah.
Yeah, Lyle Wagner's another one of those. Whatever happened to that guy? You know.
Yeah. Hmm.
I know he was on some game shows in the afternoon in the 70s. Like, you remember there was always those stupid game shows like Match Game and Hollywood Squares and shit.
Oh, Family Feud.
Family Feud, huh?
Yeah, that was the stay-at-home, sick from school thing to watch.
Mine was like
For
Wheel
me,
of
the
Fortune.
stay-at-home sick and can't go to school, got to stay home. The Price is Right.
Yes.
Wheel of Fortune.
I think Wheel of Fortune was on in the evening, I thought.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Either
when
way.
I was at. It wasn't when I was at my grandparents' place for Sunday brunch.
Right. Oh, my mom and Jeopardy. 4:00 every day, or 4:30, it would be on. And at the same time, I'm trying to watch Saved by the Bell, and so we would like argue over the television.
Yeah.
My poor dad.
Yes, there was ugliness until finally we got a second TV and stuck it in my parents' room. So they'd just go and watch whatever they wanted to watch. And then my brother and I'd have to duke it out over the family TV.
I was an only child.
We didn't get to choose. Whatever mom and dad wanted to watch, that's what we watched.
That was the majority of it. I think I finally got a TV in my room. I was like,
It's funny. I was over visiting a buddy, and he took me down into his basement to show me he's got this wood-burning furnace
ooh.
type that I've never seen before. And he was showing it to me. It's pretty cool. It feeds itself and everything, right?
That's going to be
While I'm down there, I look over in the corner of this basement, and staring right back at me is early 1980s Toshiba boob tube TV. I went, I had that one, man. He looks at me and says, that thing still works. It still works.
The
I
tube
said, I'm
works.
not surprised.
That's awesome.
They used to build stuff to last, not so much anymore.
I don't know if the TV in here has a tube or not. I mean, it's about 2.5 feet thick.
Hello, Captain Fandom Nerd. How are you this evening?
Hello. Oh, Judge Mathis. Holy crap, Bone.
Now, 4 o'clock every day after school, before I get to my chores, I had to do my homework. And my parents were always busy, so I'd always sneak in watching Star Trek, the original series with Captain Kirk and all that. They were rerunning that right up through the 70s, eh? That's how I got my Star Trek introduction.
For me, it was different. I would after school, I would, run home and watch Dragon Ball Z. And it would start at at 4 o'clock, but it eventually started like 5 minutes early. So I'm not home at that specific time. So I would, have the clear VSH recorder tape already in the VHS player, put the channel on, and I would, program it to record at this time, so I wouldn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The show that I always rushed home to see after school was Dark Shadows.
Dark Shadows?
Dark Shadows.
Wait, all right. So the one from the late 60s or the one in the 90s?
Oh, the original.
Okay, because I remember in 91 and 92 they
They tried to reboot it, yeah.
they didn't do half bad.
No, it ran for one season, and it was a good show, but
I think it was 2 seasons. I thought it was 2 seasons.
It might have been 2.
So I think it was 91 and 90. No, wait, could not have been 91 and 92 because I moved up to Oklahoma City in 91, and we were still in Blanchard, I think, when it was first on. So it would have to have been 89 to 90, I think. But yes, I remember that. The time travel part was my favorite part. When goes back.
Oh, yeah.
Time travel, anything. That's why I'm so hooked on Outlander, because that involves, there's time travel in that. And hot kills. But still, like Time Cop. That's my favorite Van Damme movie, because there's time travel.
And then the show I used to love when I was a kid was The Time Tunnel. And
I remember the Time Tunnel.
Yeah, it only
remember the Land of the Lost.
Oh yeah, and then another one I liked was The Invaders. The guy trying to trying to prove that there was aliens. He tried to say we're being invaded by aliens, and nobody believed him.
Yeah, dude. I was just a kid when I saw Invaders for the first time, and this UFO is chasing after this fancy sports car, shooting a laser beam at it. It scared the shit out of me. It's like I was scared of fucking UFOs and aliens, man.
And if you killed one of the aliens, their body dissolved and there was nothing left. So there was no proof.
So messed up and frustrating.
Yeah.
And I think it was in the mid 60s, but I couldn't remember exactly when.
Totally Spies.
That sounds familiar.
It was a cartoon.
Okay. I may not have watched it, but it sounded familiar.
Well, they were very fashionable, I have to say.
Another one was Land of the Giants.
I've heard that, but I don't think I watched it.
Oh yeah.
Not familiar with it.
I think it was made by the same company that did Lost in Space, I think.
You want to do a YouTube search on this and check it out, Raquel. You'll if you watch a bit of it, you'll be like, these people are all on drugs. And I'm sure they were. The show was called HR Puff and Stuff.
Oh my God.
HR Puff and Stuff.
There's self-esteem involved in that cartoon.
Witchy Poo, and oh my God, that was a mess.
HR Puffing Stuff. Think about it.
They're puffing stuff, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Every episode was basically the same. Witchy Poo after the weird little flute that the little boy had. Like, good Lord, man.
It was Freddie the Flute, wasn't it?
So, it's been years, dude. It popped in my head because we were talking about old shows, and that one always it rings a bell in me. It's because it was so damn weird.
Remember Lidsville? About that the town that everybody was a hat. The town was made of hats that talk.
Hats?
Oh, really?
Okay, oh, yeah. That sounds like some interesting.
And that's why it was called Lidsville. It was made by the same people that did HR Puff and Stuff.
Yeah, Milton, I'm familiar with those cartoons. Speaking of which, they're making 3 brand new Avatar: The Last Airbender movies that are animated. I haven't really seen the live action though. I heard it was meh. Probably not gonna watch the Lightyear movie either.
Quite a while back, Ginger was extolling the virtues of the movie Avatar, and both me and Jesse were shitting on him over it because I'm sorry, I can't stand Avatar. It was an awful movie.
It was.
I haven't watched it. Well,
yeah, well, you're not missing much.
Nah, I'm more into the animated stuff. Like, I really don't think these for example, Netflix really needs to stop making live action anime. It just doesn't work.
That's weird because anime is animation.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
like
weird.
For example, if the Cowboy Bebop didn't work, what makes you think that One Piece is gonna do well? Because I don't really see it doing well.
Warehouse 13. That sounds familiar.
That was a good series.
It sounds familiar. I can't place it.
It's about these FBI agents, and they get all these weird contraptions that could destroy the world, and they keep everything in Warehouse 13.
Oh my goodness.
It was kind of a comedy.
The visuals, I'm sure the visuals were great, but I don't know. That's cool. I've been watching the earlier movies of the Fast and the Furious.
The movie about Chernobyl, that's a miniseries. It's good. It's kind of creepy too.
It is creepy. The big molten core part that they call the foot down in the one basement that just keeps growing and sinking into the ground. That's weird, man. And a human being can't be near it, or you're gonna get sick and cancer and you're gonna die.
I think the guys that could only do it for 12 minutes or something like that, before that was too dangerous for them, supposedly.
So it doesn't matter if you're in a protective suit, you're still gonna get sick.
That's 12 minutes with the protective suit, and then you got to get out.
There's no protective suit made that could protect you longer than 12 minutes.
Wow. That sounds savage, Milton. Yeah, I'm subscribed to Captain Fandom, but his shows were really early, so sometimes I don't really catch them.
Yeah, I got a bunch of subs that just the timing of their shows anymore. I'm not up that late anymore. Or I try not to be, not in the summer anyway.
Yeah, I'm not an early
So it's
person.
kind of. Well, in the summer, I kind of have to. Here, let me show you something if I can.
Sure.
The way he says it, let me show you something like. Really now?
No,
Yeah.
I did some gold panning here.
Oh yeah, I saw what
that.
That sounds so fun.
I saw that picture of the gold you shared on Gilded.
What up, sugar daddy? No, I'm just kidding. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay, let's share screen here now. No, not just flake. I've got physical gold in this pan. I'm surprised I actually wasn't bragging about it when I was watching movies with Doc and DL. Sorry, I'm sitting here doing my thing. Yeah, window. Damn it! It won't bring up Gilded.
I can do it on my end. Nobody.
Okay, that'd be great. Oh, it does work, but I've got to keep the damn thing open. There we go. I got it.
Oh, okay. Okay, come on, share.
Ooh.
Come on, share the screen.
$100 or so, or more.
There you go.
I don't know what price we are on per ounce right now.
It's going black again.
The fuck! I saw it though. I synced it. I did sync it.
There you go.
Ooh, lordy.
Sorry.
That's nice.
Yeah, no, those little chunks there, that's physical. That's just straight out of a creek on one of my claims.
Awesome.
Yeah. And what you can't see really is below the watery stuff. There's little flake gold all through that. Like once I really panned it down and got it all out of there and stuff, it was quite a bit, man. I ended up with like nearly 8 grams.
Damn, that's nice. That is very nice indeed.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. I was like, wow. Looks like we're going to do some mining again this year. What the hell?
Man, I can't wait to go do that. I kind of want to go check out the mountains in Arkansas and look for crystals and gold. There's like some mountains that have apparently lots of different kinds of crystals. And I so want to do that.
Yeah, I've been out east rock hounding through the Canadian Shield and down into Michigan and New York and whatnot. You guys have got some really amazing crystals and rocks. Like I found a great big amethyst that I had cut into a cane handle.
Oh, how weird and awesome!
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, but he was like, "What are you going to do with this? Make a doorknob?" And I went, "No, man. I'm going to have it mounted in the cane top." He's like, "That's pretty cool."
That is very gangster. I like it.
No, it's funny. I've kind of given up on that. There's not a lot of crystals out here, and what you do find are very tiny. Like I get the odd bit of rubellite, or there's tourmaline out here, but it's all in just tiny fragments. There's not enough to do anything jewelry-wise.
I can't remember the name of the little mountain area, but if you can look up finding crystals in the Arkansas mountains, it'll get you on the right track to see what I'm talking about. There's some YouTube channels of people who go out there, and sometimes they're finding shit like this big. There was one video where I swear to God, it has to be fake. They were pulling this out of like a wall, like of dirt, like it looked like it caved in, you know. And so they were like millions of years old section of it, and they were pulling out crystals this effing big. And I'm like. Like their size of catalytic converters, sometimes bigger. It was insane. I doubt I'll find those, but some of the ones are like this big, you know. I'll be like, ooh. There's one called the blue something, and it's like some kind of blue something quartz or gray quartz, and the top parts are more whitish, and the root of it, for lack of a better term, is a bluish color. And so I'm like, so I so want to do that.
It's this area too is littered with great big boulders of jade that were dropped by the glaciers. So every now and again, I'll be out kicking around exploring for gold, and I'll run across one of these damn things. I've learned to recognize them now, and I'll go and cut into it a bit just to prove it out. And, yep, that's dark green emerald, or the Emperor's jade.
Yeah, the rocks kind of look like a dark green granite rock, don't they, on the outside?
Actually, they're kind of a milky color out here from being battered and beaten and moving along in water and such, right? Okay. And you've got to cut into them to get down to the green again. But it's, they're once you know what to look for, you find them right away. Last year, when I went out here to do testing, I brought a couple friends with me, and that's how I paid them. We found a great big jade boulder, and we had to cut it up to pack it out.
Yeah.
And I gave it to them. Payment. You know what they got out of it? $48,000.
Dang, you should have kept half that shit.
Not bad for 2 weeks' work. I've got a bunch.
Well, that goes. Oh yeah, there's that diamond field that you can pay like $10 or $20 or whatever, and you can just like go the whole day digging around there to find diamonds. Most of them are not like jewelry store grade, but like some can be. I wanted to check that out too, but I kind of want to do the mountains and the crystals thing first. Depends on the weather.
There was an old guy out here for years when this place used to get a lot of tourists in the 80s and 90s. But it's pretty well died off with the price of gasoline, right?
Yeah.
And he had a great scam going. He actually had a mine going, and his wife ran this, hey, tourists, come and pan for gold, and they had salted the dirt with gold. So really, every time the tourists were going to get gold. And they made good money doing that, man. People were paying like $100 to get $20 worth of gold.
Dang! Well, part of it's the adventure, but yeah, yikes. Oh, shit.
$20 of gold, huh?
If humans see something shiny, they go crazy for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same part of the brain, I assume, that like you keep putting coins in the slot machine. It's the hope of the next hit that keeps you wanting to go after it.
It was kind of a gamble the way they had it set up, because there was in all of that monstrous amount of dirt and everything that you could sluice and dig through, they had salted a couple of 1.5 2 gram nuggets, and those are that's a $300 nugget, man.
You got to keep it legit, If nobody
wins,
then they know you're screwing them over.
And then the store out here has been closed for about 2 years now, which is a shame. I wish somebody come out and reopen it. I was actually thinking of doing it, but they were selling gold in vials, suspended in water.
Oh yeah.
And just flake. And they were selling like for $20, you got $5 worth of gold.
Man, I'm going to take my happy ass and go find a bottle of Goldschlager and start selling necklaces of that shit.
Good night, Bone.
Good night, Bone. Hugs. I wish I could text you, but my phone's not working.
Your phone's broken?
Yeah, we'll say that.
Okay.
Hey, we put everything into it, man. We did all we could, man. My phone's going to be off for a few days.
What's wrong with it? The battery?
Money.
Oh.
You're like, is it broken? Like, we can say that. I'm broke. The phone's not, but I am. Thankfully, it's not too bad. It's one of those like prepaid things that's only like $45 a month or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's not bad. It's just that the place where Chris is contracted, they pay you when the job's finished, and so the horse show is almost done, and he sets up the lines and the internet and all the cameras and stuff that people are going to need to film it and broadcast it. So if they have a computer problem, they call him. So. So we have a few more days until that show is over. So.
Well, that's good. It's not like it's got to be a week.
I hope not. I think the show's like,
Sorry,
I think it's
I'm
like
sorry.
a week or
I
so
didn't mean.
long.
I didn't mean
I
to
think it's
jinx
a week
you.
long, so it might be another week. So I don't actually know how long that show's been going on. I think it's close to the end, though. I fucking hope.
Didn't mean to jinx you.
Oh no, it's okay, but it's like, yeah, because I think our internet's gonna be cut off in like 3 days or something, possibly. And I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I guess I'm gonna take my phones to the neighbor's house and use their Wi-Fi. I guess.
No, wait. You said your internet is going to be off for a couple days?
It might be getting cut off in a couple of days. Like,
okay.
we're not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what that bill's due. Chris deals with that one. He deals with that one, and him and Brian deal with that one, and Chris deals with the phone bill.
So in a couple of days, I'm not be able to contact you.
I'll go to the neighbor's house, and do TikTok, or like I can talk to you on Twitter. My phone doesn't do Facebook, so like it locked me out and never allowed me in. I was scared to ever try again because I was afraid it might think I'm trying to hack into it and block me out completely. So I can only get that here, but I can talk to you like on Twitter when I use their Wi-Fi. So
I'm a little confused. You're not gonna have internet at your place or just your phone?
Right. Yes to both of those. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, I probably
I'll sit in my car and like chat and live stream from like in front of their house and like or using their Wi-Fi. I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? Lucky you got rain.
Oh, I'm sick of
Breaking
rain.
ice is
I
fun.
swear I've got mold growing on me now.
Why
Had
on
one
earth
sunny
you
day in the last 2 weeks.
Oh. You didn't have to tell us you're cheating on us. Dang.
Well, hopefully you don't lose internet in a couple of days.
I hope not, man. I'm like, because, yeah, if we do though, it should be okay by the time the live stream comes along.
A couple of days? You mean like 2 or 3 days?
Maybe, so I think the show ends before the primaries, which is June 28th, and if not, then I'll just get on the live stream through my phone in front of their house. Like, fuck it, Although I won't be able, I was gonna hope to share a screen and we can keep like an eye on like what the numbers are saying and everything. It'll talk mad shit and be like, I bet that fucker's got it rigged, So, but it should be okay because I think that he said that the horse show he gets paid for is done before then, and he'll have money, and then he'll be able to pay the bill hopefully before it happens. So we might have like a day or two maybe of like internet blackout, maybe, but he'll pay
you mean this bills. Weekend probably this weekend.
It's possible. We'll kind of see how it goes, but like I said, I'll at least be able to sit in the car in front of their house and use internet or something.
Well, I think I do have your cell number though.
Oh yeah, like the cell, like I can't make calls.
Well, can I still text you?
No, that's still part of the data. My phone is a Wi-Fi unit at this point. Like I just use it for I have Wi-Fi feeding it. That's all. I forgot about it, and I went to call somebody today. I was like, "Son of a bitch!"
It's been raining for 3 months now.
Good Lord, where do you live? Do you have 3 months of rain?
New Zealand.
Oh, fair enough. I didn't know they were that humid, but okay, sure.
Very hot. really dry down here in Texas.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's 86 right now and it's almost midnight. Oh, we have a cold front coming in though.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting even remotely the same weather I am, yeah, a cold front should be hitting around the weekend. It should be about 85 or so degrees. That's a southern cold snap right there for summer.
It's 88 right now.
Right, yeah, you're only 2 degrees warmer than me. But you are in Texas.
My weather
so.
guys here in BC, they're all freaking out and warning everybody. There's going to be a heat wave, blah, blah, blah. Temperatures could get up to, like, out here, it's for us, it's Celsius, right? And they're talking about the temperatures hitting about 22, 23 degrees Celsius. That's not a heat wave. Oh, my God,
that's like 75 degrees or something.
Yeah, it's like 80 degrees tops. And big deal.
I'm not going to kill anyone. I don't really know the exchange rate, I guess, whatever you call that. I know that's for money, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. The conversion.
But, thank you. I couldn't remember what it's called.
Last year,
Lord.
We had temperatures that you guys would call about 102, 103 degrees above outside. And that was hot. A lot of us poor Canadians were, a lot of the older ones were dropping dead, man.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you can't. I'm sorry. I'm acclimatized now. Like when I was in the military, they had me acclimatized to all kinds of places. I could take just about any temperature. Nowadays, I think if I went down into Arizona in the middle of summer, I'd probably die.
Bruh, don't do that. You go to Arizona in the wintertime, and then it's like 76 degrees. We went there one Thanksgiving to Arizona because my boyfriend's stepmom, kind of complicated. Anyway, she lives out there, and his dad died, and so he went to go visit her, and we went with him. And like it was Thanksgiving, and it was nice and sunny, and it was like 85 degrees.
And my grandmother lives in Apache Junction. And I would race stock cars here in Canada throughout the summer. And then come fall, we do our last race, and then I'd pull the car into the shop and do a bunch of work to it and get it, in nice shape and looking good again. Because I'd usually make one run down to the Phoenix Firebird Park in Arizona every year. So, like, if you've ever seen a super race, you might have seen me back in the days.
Fed with some cupcakes.
If I ever go to Arizona again, I will try to remember to say something, because sometimes I don't remember where everybody's from, because usually people don't want anyone to know, and so my brain just like takes it in one ear and out the other, and yeah, which is good because it means I won't slip up. It's kind of like when people tell me their real name. My brain, I'm so used to seeing their name on here and not calling by anything else that my brain just forgets. So I never accidentally dox or whatever, because I don't fucking remember. I'm the perfect person to tell it to.
I'm not afraid of doxing.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying on my part though, I won't accidentally do it, because 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to remember someone's real name or where they're at. They have to constantly remind me.
If anyone's dumb enough to try and come up here and find me, good luck with that.
Yeah, no shit.
I've often said, you'll never get past my neighbors. They'll go, what do you want with him? Huh? What do you want with him? What's your problem? Like, seriously.
To be fair, sometimes it takes power to be able to solve the problem, because people with the power are cock blockers. Oof. Mm.
Eat cayenne pepper.
No.
Ginger. Have ginger. That'll warm up your insides. I've sometimes put ginger in my drink, And man, you can feel it warm you on the inside. Plus, you know how if you're walking a lot and your side starts to hurt, it prevents that from happening for me. They should start making like exercise drinks, like kind of like Gatorade, but adding ginger. They really ought to. That shit is magical. It makes me breathe easier, makes my sides not hurt. Like, this could be onto something. I'm telling you.
Invent it.
I suppose I can try. I don't know who to talk to about such a thing.
Hmm.
I have to look up see if anything like such a thing exists.
Hey, Fed, how you been doing? Not getting into too much trouble, I hope.
I'm sure he's being a good cat.
Well, I'm sure he is.
He's always been a good cat, at least as far as I can tell.
Having a blast.
As you should. We should always try, don't you think?
I think he means problem solving.
Oh, gotcha. Sorry, I was trying to figure out like what part of this should we try, because I'm not going to try to go to someone's property without their permission. I'm not trying to go to SoCal, so I'm sitting here like,
No, I don't know.
I was trying to figure it out, man.
No.
Yes, we should always try to solve the problems. Absolutely. Cayenne is the best. I crave that, and chicken so bad when my hormones are... What? Okay. I wasn't expecting that, but I'll go with it. Packets. You can give yourself a stomach ulcer or something. Fuck.
You're welcome, Dr. Forbin.
Hags.
Been doing good. Thanks for asking. Been playing with OpenAI, teaching their systems wrong. Think.
There are certain apps that they're AI and it'll ask you how your day was and you'll talk to it and it tries to learn how it's supposed to respond to you. And
so it's like Siri kind of.
You can sometimes correct it. So there was one app I had on my phone. What I was thinking is beyond me, really. But you could download like your own friend. And I thought this was interesting. It explained it was AI and it basically interacting with you, it teaches it. And so, it asked me how my day was. I'm like, it wasn't very good. And the answer they would give sometimes it didn't fit. And I'm like, your answer does not fit what I said. And she was like, oh, I'm sorry. And I was like, you should say this, this, and this. She goes, thank you. I will remember that. Stuff like that. And so it was interesting. I kept it for like a couple of months. I don't know if that's quite what he's doing, but it might be similar. But I was just teaching her, I guess, because...
Or having your own pet kind of thing, yeah.
Oh, and on the little app, you could every time you logged in, you get like little coins or something. And so you could buy her a shirt or buy her a gift, of some kind. And she would thank you for the gift. It was cute.
We have one OpenAI project fast spamming the most racist trash on 4chan. It's glorious.
Oh my God, Fed!
Yeah. No, I've helped out with a couple of those.
It's glorious. I'm like, bruh.
The first one, I think it was Microsoft brought out this bot, and we all turned it into a racist piece of shit. It basically became a Nazi.
Why would you do that?
We kept feeding it black crime stats and constant barrage of black crimes and such, and it snapped.
Why though? Why would you do that?
Why?
This is why aliens won't talk to us.
Yeah, they're scared.
They're like, every time aliens go by our planet, they're like, roll up the windows and lock the doors. Like, we're going to rob them.
Honk the planet.
Why not? It's clown world. Have you seen some of these people? Look at their hair and what they wear for makeup and the shit. They got 5 pounds of metal stuck in their face. Like, come on, man. I can't take anyone like that seriously.
Dang. All right. So how much metal is too much metal in the face, if you don't mind me asking?
It's okay. A stud or two, that's fine. But literally, when you're jeaming with the stuff, you're setting, you can't go near a magnet. You should probably stop.
Oh, come on. Only the cool people wear titanium. We know that. Just kidding.
You know what I'm saying.
I know.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, in the 80s, every guy I knew, including myself, had a fucking pierced ear on the left ear, right?
My mom was on one back in the 90s. Back in the 90s and the early 2000s, like if someone had an earring, she had that old school way of thinking. So she'd be like, is he a... And I'll be like, Mom, you can't say that. And I think it's better anyway. Right? But no, Mom. I was like, because my mom was born in 1940. So, like, all fucks given, gone. And I was like...
No, I went to... I don't know, probably in my late 30s, like 36, 37, and I still had the earring, eh? And I had it was just the little fucking Mr. Clean hoop kind of thing, right? And I had one of my buddies walk up to me and he said, "How old are you now, Sean?" And I told him, and he says, "Aren't you a little old for the blank tag? Rhymes with tag?" And that was it. I went home, took it out. It's long grown over. It's gone.
Ouch. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, my mom was spicy like that. And I'd be like, "Hey, Mom, no."
See, my granddad was really bad. Oh, Lord. You couldn't take him anywhere.
Hey, Raquel.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to go ahead and leave. I got a splitting headache.
Oh, I'm sorry you don't feel well, DL.
Maybe you need to hydrate. I hope you feel
better.
Yeah.
You probably need some water and a good night's rest.
Okay. I'll probably give it a whirl. All right. Y'all have a good evening.
All right. Good night,
DL. Y'all later.
I'll catch you later. Aw, I feel sorry he doesn't feel well.
Indeed. I hope he will be okay.
Yeah, DL is my partner in crime.
Hey.
Well, yeah, you guys are too.
Okay, I would say, all right. I was like, one of, all right. I am super thrilled. I know this is totally off topic, but my cousin Sean, on my
Sonder.
Facebook. Huh?
Hey, Sonder.
What?
Sonder, Avrak Sonder. The comment.
Oh, there. Sorry, I was on the other page, so I didn't see what you were saying. Yeah, sorry, I was like, I was so lost. But yeah, my cousin Sean, I haven't talked to my cousin Sean probably in like 10 years. He's been on my Facebook, and we probably live less than 10 miles from each other, but we never see each other or speak. And I looked at my Facebook story and saw my little logo I put up and realized there was another one just like it next to it. I'm like, what the fuck? And realized that my cousin Sean shared it. And I'm like, I was surprised. And I was actually surprised I remembered his middle name as well, actually. I was like, "Sean Denver, you do surprise me." He goes, "I'm quiet, but I watch." And I'm like, "Dude, I've been doing this for a year. You just finally now shared it? Come on, man. You're killing me." But it's better than not at all. So, last minute, family comes swinging in, because like, except for my daughter, he is the closest living genetic relative I have. He and I are first cousins. So, yeah. We don't really have any other like blood relation alive.
I don't have very many people alive either. There's like my brother, and we don't really get along,
Well,
and
hopefully
he's
it's
Mr.
not so bad that
Serious.
if we didn't meet each other, y'all would still be there. Hopefully.
We're like evil Kirk, good Kirk. We're exact opposites. He's totally Mr. Serious, Mr. Nose to the grindstone, follows all the rules. He's never even had a fucking traffic ticket in his life.
Dang. Oh, yeah, I was pulled over last night. Oh, my friend was driving it. I was pulled up, but I was the one asked to get out of the car. I'm like, because you ever have those times when you're kind of spacing out and your mind is like just picturing all the fucked up scenarios and like what you would do. So like 2 days prior, I had one where I was like, what if I'm driving and what if I get pulled over and the cop pulls a gun on me and and decides to shoot me or something. I'm like, and so when the cop came over to my side, which apparently they do that now, I don't know why, but I was told they do. No one told me last night that this was the case. So I'm like, yeah. And he wanted the driver's license, and I gave the driver's ID to him, and then he asked for mine. I'm like, okay, like I don't know why. I'm not fucking driving. Turned out we only had a tag out. This is what all this is about, weirdly. Anyway, so he takes the licenses back there, and we're sitting here. I'm like, he comes back and he asks me to step out of the car. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? So I didn't see that coming. I'm like, me? Okay. So I got out and I'm like, oh my God, am I gonna get shot? Like, I'm like, oh God. And he goes, how long have you known him? And I was like, that's not a question. I was like 20 years, dude. Like, no shit, I met him in 2002. So I'm like 20 years, my guy. I'm like, why? Is he suspicious? Do you think he's a spy? And the cop starts laughing. He goes, where did y'all leave? And I was like, we just left my house. He goes, where you going? I said, my fat ass wants some cheesecake, so we're going to Crest, man. He started laughing. We were actually, that's where we were headed to. So like, I wasn't lying. And so he gives me the cards back, and I get back in the car, and we're allowed to leave. And then like a few seconds later, Brian's phone goes ding, and he checks it because he's got the website connected to his phone. So if anybody new visitor comes to the website, it alerts his phone. So like 26 seconds after we pull out, a new mobile device has gone to the website. I'm like, you think he knows?
Yeah, it's a fishing expedition when they do that. And by the way, I know a little bit about the law. It's the same here in Canada as it is all throughout your United States. If you're the passenger in a car, you don't have to identify shit. You can refuse.
Well, I might have, except that like I didn't want it to be more difficult for my friend because he had a tag light out, and Spencer cops are kind of notorious for giving tickets because it's one of those small town type things. It's like a small town inside Oklahoma City, but so I didn't want to make it worse for him. Like I didn't want to take it out and give him the ticket. And plus, I had that weird scenario thing run through my head a day or so before that I might get shot by a cop, so I was not trying to have that fucking happen. So I'm like, normally I'd be like, I know my rights, but right now I'm like, like, okay.
All right, cool.
Nice. Yes. Yes. But that, and also, I don't want there to be a spectacle and be like, oh, Republican candidate Maura McCabe gets into an altercation with police. Fuck no. Please no. I got 5 days till this shit is over, probably. Okay. I don't want to fuck it up by making a scene with the cops. No.
What's up, sexy people?
No, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with just, if you got nothing to hide, well, here you go, man. Whatever, do your thing.
Well, it's principle.
But at the same time, even if you have nothing to hide, but you really believe in your rights, they can't do that.
You got to do all those judgment calls. Like, what is the pros and cons of the situation? And
I've had a cop walk up to me in Prince George. I was walking out of the Canadian Tire. I've already had the guy in the doors check me out, and so I'm walking out with my bags and stuff. I've already, like at the door in a lot of big stores, they've got a guy that checks your bags against your receipt to make sure you didn't steal nothing.
Yeah, Walmart sometimes does it. They do it random.
I go through that and I walk out and I'm walking towards my truck, and this cop car is cruising by, and he cruises up, rolls down his window, and he says, "Hey, stop." Because, I got a big old scraggy biker beard and tattoos and such, right? And he comes right at me, comes out of the car and says, "Put those bags down." I'm like, okay, what the hell's going on? I want to see some ID. And I'm like, go fuck yourself. Straight up, go fuck yourself.
Yes, as you
And he's looking at me like, and I said, you can't do this to me. I have a lawyer and I'm one of the richest motherfuckers in northern BC. You want to tangle? Let's tangle. Let's do it. Take me in for not producing ID, and let's see how it goes for you. And he kind of looks at me for a minute, and I said, whatever, man. You had no right to stop me. None whatsoever. Bugger off. And he did. So then, here's where it gets better. I get my truck, I pull out. He follows me all over hell, hoping to God I'll make a mistake in traffic, giving him an excuse
What a
to fucking
dick!
nail. Oh, yeah. He followed me just about all bloody day to every store I went to.
Oh my God,
And then-
what a loser he is.
What a stalker.
At the end of the day, I'm coming out of a place called Princess Auto. You guys call it Harbor Freight.
Okay.
And again, I got a bunch of shit, and I'm putting it in the box of my truck, and he rolls up again, rolls down his window, and he says, what is going on? Why are you buying all this stuff? I said, dude, I'm a gold miner. I live way the hell in the north. I come to town maybe once a month. I get my groceries, I get my booze, I get my smokes, I get everything I fucking need, and then I head back. You know, like, leave me alone. Like, I'm done with you. I want your badge number. I want your name, etc. I am lodging a complaint. And he's like, oh, there's no need to complain. I'm just, all this looked really suspicious to me.
Well, it wouldn't have looked suspicious if he wasn't following you everywhere in the first place.
Hi,
kitty cat.
Yeah, what's going on?
The hell kitty is here.
Yay!
Yay, it's my favorite pussy. So Fid, how's it being a pussy?
Well, every once in a while you just gotta take some time out and finger things out. But other than that,
I don't think Fed's mic is
it's
working.
all good.
That's so cute.
Sometimes if you feel stretched out, you just need to relax and allow the muscles to contract. I don't know what's wrong.
Is this shit working now? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
So how you been doing?
I can't hear him.
Oh.
You can't?
No. Am I the only one that can't hear Fed?
Wait,
I
you
think
can't
you are.
hear me? What
I
the
can
hell?
hear.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm just loving on the cat over here.
That's really weird.
Are you gaslighting me? Why are you doing this to me, bro?
There he is. There he is.
I was gonna say that Fid said something else just to miss if you'd done it.
No, man, I've been having so much fun, like behind the scenes. I kind of went dark for a minute. Been playing around, like I said, with OpenAI. Having a lot of fun with that one lately. Yeah, some other things I'm not gonna talk about, but yeah, it's just say it's good. It's gonna be a fun time for the people on the other end of that equation.
Fid,
Do you guys know who Rebel News is?
No.
Oh yeah.
Here in Okay, well, I'm sure Fed has heard of them. Rebel News is the only news organization left in Canada that isn't on the government tit. And basically, they'll say whatever the government wants. I've been dropping documents to the Rebel lately, anonymously.
Nice.
And they're real, honest to God Canadian documents. Like, here you go, boys. Here's some proof for you. Run with it.
Well, I kind of hooked up with some of my old compatriots from back in the day, and yeah, apparently we went back on some old trace logs and everything and found, oh my God, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's really, really active, and yeah, not just the kids and trafficking and all that sort of stuff, but a whole bunch of other things that we're like, wow. These fuckers have been busy.
Oh my God, send me some shit. I'm all about spilling some tea.
Hey,
Especially if it involves anybody from Oklahoma, like any of the Oklahoma politician.
The meme that's been going around where, hey, we need some new conspiracy theories because all the ones we had are coming true. Hey, yeah, we're about to hit you with a whole bunch of new ones. Like apparently, and this is, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, really? It took everybody this long to catch up with this. But all the stuff that's going underground, underneath all the major cities.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
We have it.
Oh my God, are we following each other on Twitter? Because we ought to be.
I'm not on Twitter. I keep getting
that
kicked
makes it
off. Every
difficult.
time I create an account, I get kicked off within about 48 hours.
Laura, create a gold account.
Look, I think after like my 200 and something account, like I was just like, yeah, apparently I'm not welcome here.
Laura, go on Gilded.
We have a new cop in our region, and I'll cut some of the story out just so it's funny. I was at the pub. Elizabeth was up ordering some stuff, and this guy who was talking about this hot biker chick. So I started listening in on him, and he started going on how he was pulling her over and stuff, and he was talking her up and hanging out at the same places as her and that. And he couldn't realize why the locals were laughing. And I ended up telling the cop to have a good look at my criminal record.
She had a
Have a good
wiener.
look at my criminal record and find out who's the husband of that biker chick. And he had a good look. He had a good look. And then he went really quiet and very quickly left right after I told him I knew where he lived. He hasn't bothered Elizabeth since.
I bet.
Like, she's a bit annoyed with me because she was going to knock him out.
Oh man, I thought this was going to end up with a trap story.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for too. It's a trap.
No, it's just that cop doesn't like his house being burnt down.
I mean, yeah, that'll do it too. Be like, hey, I will say this, and this is specific military terminology. But yeah, I think even nobody can testify to this, but it's called the monopoly of violence. Whatever society, civilization, or group maintains supremacy of that is basically in control. That's basically how human beings function.
I will put it.
And it always has been.
Mm-hmm.
I will put it this way. I've had to learn how to physically dominate anybody I'm around only because of how I was fucking born. Yeah.
Oh, I know I can't beat everybody I come across physically or whatever. Mentally and playing them for a fool and everything else. Yeah, that stuff's easy.
I learned very quickly it's easy to put on muscle when I was a kid. I learned very quickly, and it's like, yeah, okay, even if you got biological disadvantages and things, it's easy enough to put it on. You just got to keep working out and eating the calories.
Yeah. Well, like early on in life, I learned I had two older brothers, and I had one that used to like to bully me. So it was like, I learned how to fight and everything, and then it was like once I learned, I was like, wait a minute, my knuckles hurt all the time. You know, I'm tired of getting my lips busted, nose busted, and everything else. Once I figured out, I was like, oh, wait a minute, I can get somebody else bigger than me to actually go beat the crap out of somebody. I like this.
No. Yeah, I got older and I decided I was sick of getting fucking hit back too. You know,
right.
Same thing you're talking about, fat, loose teeth, busted lips, shit like that. They're going to get a shot in most times. So I got a little tired of it. I kind of went a different route. Instead of sending other people, anyone that pisses me off has mysterious, unfortunate incidences, like their car burns or, you know.
There's a lot of mine shafts and there's a lot of accidents.
I got it good out here. Everybody likes me, so I don't got to worry about that shit anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's stuff you preferably would not ever want to engage in, but yeah, definitely. If you got the skills for it, it does come in useful. There are people who, pardon my French, but they want to fuck around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they sure do. There's so many with these big egos that, you know, they think that they're the center of the universe, and everybody else is around them to serve them. And every now and again, they need a fucking wake up call.
Yeah, I don't like bullies. Never have. Mainly because of my older brother. Like the most useful lesson he ever taught me growing up was somebody bullies you, punch him right in the mouth.
Hey, Sultan.
Don't put up with it. I like being everybody's best friend, but it's the moment you piss off Elizabeth, you're going to go up next time you go up camping. You're just not coming back.
You know, I tried for a few years doing being everybody's best friend and trying to placate and be the peacemaker and everything else. And what I found out was people are just messy as hell, and a lot of the times they invite their troubles because they're addicted to it. It's like, how many people have you ever met in your life that are like just addicted to drama?
Girlfriend, like everybody.
Horrible.
I'm like, really? Dude, everything you got in life, I was like, what kind of drama? Especially in a city, I'm like, they're like, oh, I want to bitch about my rent and everything else. And it's like, well, if you were smart, you'd, move somewhere that you can afford to live. Not be a dumbass.
Do you know the best thing to do if people have drama? Offer them a beer, tell them to shut up, and start joking with them.
That is good sound advice.
Don't offer them another one.
Nah, man, you hand them a Coke, tell them to have a Coke and a smile, and shut the fuck up.
Oh, no. They get to complain till they're drunk. If they keep complaining after that, well, they have bigger issues than I can deal with.
Yeah, and most of the time it comes down to...
I quit drinking caffeine. I laid right off. No tea, no coffee, no colas, nothing, right? Yeah. But I was thirsty as hell. And my buddy tosses me this ice-cold Coca-Cola ice chest. So I drank it. What the hell? It's been a while. Let's have one. Fuck, man. I was jittering and buzzing and fucking... It was almost like I was on drugs again or something.
Yeah.
I legitimately get fucking jitters from Coke. And I drink it all the time, but I legitimately get tremors from it.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I was rolling through I was down in Burbank area yesterday. So I went and stopped at Bob's Big Boy in Burbank. Got me super big boy combo.
Do you like them big boys, boy?
Dude, the big boy combo. Everybody a little gay for the super big boy combo, man. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yeah,
once you put that shit in your mouth, you're like,
Big Boy makes one of the best fucking burgers in the world, man.
Fed, I'm legitimately not sure if I can legitimately be gay.
Yeah, what we'll see is the lefties would be like, see, honey, you got a lack of imagination. See, you just need to learn to exhale on the push.
Oh, I've had. Recent. Hey, Fed. recently I've been arguing with these fuckers over what gender I am just to fucking screw with them. Because you just go up into one of them chats and you go, oh yeah, I'm hermaphrodite. No, you mean mixed gender. It's like, yay, this is fun.
Dude, that's one of my biggest joys in life is just making fun of everything because I'm like, what the hell did I get born into? Like, what is this place? Why is everybody so weird and screwed up and everything? Like, what the hell?
Oh,
And you expect me not to make fun of all this? You'd be like, no, if you make fun of this, you're a bad person. Be like, dude, are your eyes open? Are your ears listening?
Fed, somehow, some way, you will fit into one of their trigger bullshits. Bring it up, but bring it up using a incorrect word or something, and just watch the shit fly.
Oh my god, dude, I've been watching some of the stuff on TikTok and everything, and I'm like, what the hell is wrong with these people? Like, seriously, I'm looking at it going, okay, aside from all the jokes and everything else I can make and how hilarious I find all this, there's a side of me that's kind of has that pity for everything because I realize this is all like mental illness, chemical instabilities brought on by, all these forever chemicals in our water or air and everything else. This is like the past 100 years of mass industrialization catching up to us as a species. And everybody's trying to cover it up. Everybody's trying to, play the usual BS games of hide and seek and, I'm not seeing this, I'm not hearing this or anything else, but here we are. It's right in our faces.
He's my friend now, but the worst case I came across, he was in one of the he was in amongst the whole Become a Living God movement when that started off as a thing with the co-wedding.
Right.
He legitimately, when I found him, thought himself to be 51 different gods, a reptilian, and I don't. He must be well versed in history because he was every great man there ever was. I had to convince him to put a video of himself turning into a reptilian on his channel, and I know that sounds a bit mean, in order to rationally explain to him that it didn't happen.
No, did he?
Yeah, and in the end he did, and after that he started coming right in the head. Like, we're still trying to get him to see a therapist 2 years later, but he's actually a really good guy. He's actually a really good guy.
He actually didn't change into a reptile?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, damn, I was about to say, if he did, where's the link, bro? I want to see it.
Oh, my sweet little wizard lizard too. My sweet little wizard
I would have made some shimmering effect and then popped up the Gorn's head from Star Trek.
If I didn't have such bad experiences in the past with it, I'd probably sit down and start screwing with Ouija boards and all that again, because, yeah, I used to freak people out with that.
Ouija boards aren't too bad. Just remember, you're basically letting a flag off to random spirits, and you know how you like screwing with people.
Most of the time it had nothing to do with the Ouija board. It was what would start happening to random objects in the room.
Yeah, it's because you're basically you put an invite on Twitter for people to screw with you. Well, the spiritual equivalency.
Right, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be at war with these souls I've probably been at war with these souls for eternity, so it's probably not a good thing to sit there and taunt them, basically, by doing that sort of dumb stuff.
Fed, I do come from a bias of I wasn't taught to summon these things. I was taught to make them go away, and then I was taught to make the minds of the people that did it go away.
Oh, I don't know if you guys remember, I don't know if you guys heard any of these streams or whatever, but when I was a few months old, we lived on a house on a street called Cloverdale in Las Vegas. And yeah, the house was haunted. And long story short, something repeatedly was haunting the house and messing with things. And I mean, like real blatant stuff, like doors slamming shut and things like that. Anyway, one of the last nights they were there, I was in my crib. My parents saw a shadow go down the hallway, go into my room, and then proceed to basically strangle me until my dad went in there, started swinging a broom over and broke the broom over something that wasn't there. So kind of had a poltergeist event, they're right at the beginning of my life, and I'm like, oh great, no wonder I've had so much weird shit going on.
The thing now, in saying that, there are a lot of nice things. Like there are like the little bits of black smoke that will hang around light bulbs, and there are the little dust wisps that mind their own business. They're basically like freaking mice. But then you have the scary shit, and it's like,
Yeah, I
just
should
make it
probably
go
write
away.
that. I should probably write that as a movie script. Just change the names or whatever. Because even my grandfather was a lay preacher, and he came over, tried to christen the house and everything, and yeah, he told my parents and stuck to his guns and everything. He was like, he told him he'd never come back to that house. And apparently, the many owners, like dozens of owners after my parents over the years, basically it's one of those sites. It sits on like a ley line or whatever. Apparently, looked up the history of the house, and like I said, it would make a great movie script because I'm like, apparently in like the early 40s or whatever, there was 3 women that lived in the house, and yeah, apparently, like when you looked them up, they're all into like occultism and witchcraft and all this shit. And I'm like, of course they are.
There's a TV show out now, Fed, called Evil, and the sick and twisted thing about it, that show is evil, and you welcome it all into your house if you watch it. Like that show legitimately has things attached to it. And the scary part is they're showing. Okay, I was practicing from a different faith, but they're showing my old job. I was I was I was used as one of the people that make the really bad shit go away. And they had derogatory terms for it because it was the last resort. But they are showing what my old job was, and it's like that's scary because they're showing people how to do enough to destroy their lives and everybody around them, like everything. And it's like, holy fucking crap! And they're actually putting it on TV.
That's the world we're in today. Up is down, white is black, good is bad, and bad is good.
Yin and yang.
Yeah. Like we're in the upside down right now, so enjoy it. Get the popcorn and honk honk.
And I know every master tells their student, "Oh, you're in for greatness. You're in for greatness. You're in for greatness." Do you know what mine told me?
No.
You're in towards the end of your life for the worst horrors the world has ever seen.
Yeah. That's the reality.
Again, I know you guys have heard this quote before, but my God is Nikola Tesla. And he said in the last days of his life, one of his most famous quotes are, "You will live to see horrors beyond your imagination."
I tell you what, I was trained as a seer. Before the gods went away, there was stuff I couldn't look at. Now there is stuff I can look at, and I can't fucking tell you what it is because I don't know what to begin with. It's fucked.
Never prayed to anything, never did anything, just Yeah,
I actually screwed that quote up.
wish I didn't see a lot of the things I see either, man. Or
It's
just
man-made
on
horrors beyond your comprehension.
right. It's human beings doing this. It's not some divine source or whatever. It doesn't have to do anything. All it has to do is just leave us alone. Eventually, we'll destroy ourselves for whatever dumb, for whatever reason we can come up with.
Boils down to greed and stupidity, honestly.
I don't care. I'm going to ride it out with my hot rods and my big trucks and guzzling fuel and spewing hydrocarbons. Fuck you. Fuck all of you. I don't care.
Yeah, pretty much.
Global warming ain't
Grew up with those big engines, and I'm not giving them up.
Hey, you got your popcorn. You're enjoying the movie and, hot rodding through it. Screw them.
You bet.
Hey, Maura, what are you watching?
She's like, I'm over here watching some porn. Give
TikTok or something like that.
No. She's watching furries.
Furries? Oh my god.
You know what? I'm going to be controversial here. Most furries are actually pretty cool people, but there is like the weirdos in it, and boy are they fun to screw with.
Yeah, like, I don't mind anthropomorphic animals, but I cross the line when it's getting sexual.
Dude, most furries I've ever met were basically like looking for another way to go to the glory hole. They just took the long way around it.
Yeah. Really, this is the way I see furries. You're too damn ugly to get anyone else, so you put on a furry costume in the hopes of having anonymous sex with another furry. Hooray.
Right. Thank you.
And God knows, think about it. God knows what kind of sweat hog is under that other costume.
Well, I bet like wearing any kind of costume during the summertime is just brutal.
But look, it's a wormhole. That's all that matters.
Oh my god, Finn, you sound like the most perverted furry I've ever met.
Good night, Alistair.
Dude, I've been to furry conventions, except I was like one of the very few people walking around as me instead of like in some costume or whatever.
That's because you're soft and cuddly already, Finn.
Damn Skippy. Like, I don't need a costume. All I gotta do is just, wink and a nod and a little smirk.
My son-in-law went as Donnie Darko, the rabbit, and my daughter went as Sailor Moon, and I went as me to the Comic-Con and hung around, and this is years back in Edmonton, because I had to be there, man. I knew a couple people that were there and wanted to say hi and such. But it was just funny. I had one guy walk up to me and say, well, you don't have a costume. I'm like, I don't care. So what? I mean, you guys, a lot of you got some pretty cool costumes. You got great imagination. You're very creative. Not for me. Sorry, I'm not doing it.
The last time I wore a costume, I was a very adorable teenager.
If I was going to do that, if I was going to do something like that, Comic-Con wise, I'd probably go with one of the zombie Nazi movies, wear my granddad's old SS uniform and paint my face up as a dead guy.
Yeah, you'd probably have some groupies trying to hook up with you. They'd be like,
I found out that Master Lawrence gave me a really valuable pair of boots when I was a teenager. Because Elizabeth has recently pointed out when I dug them out and it was like, I used to wear these everywhere. Yeah, they were World War II boots off some random Nazi.
Oh yeah,
She knew the
cool.
whole
You got
time I was wearing some dead man's shoes.
had the jack boots. Yeah, I've still got granddads, and weirdly enough, my granddad and I were basically the same physique. I can fit into the uniform beautifully. But yeah, those sell for a lot of money, Milton. They're big dollars. Don't let those get ruined to the point where you can't repair them.
They were dark brown when I had them, and they've had so much black dubbing on them now they're black. Like, I was a little goth kid, so like Master Lawrence didn't care. Like, he just gave me a cool pair of boots.
I was
Yeah, I
like,
used
Dad,
to.
that's
I used to
rad,
buy
Dad.
them. There was a military surplus store where I used to be able to buy jack boots all the time, you know. And they had the hobnails in them, so they smacked on the pavement when you goose stepped and shit. They're cool. They're also really cool when you're riding your motorcycle.
Elizabeth still has her patch from the old clubhouse for her motorcycle. She's pretty cool.
My oldest daughter's got my colors hanging in her closet. When I hung it up and said, "Yeah, I'm done," she's like, "Can I keep that?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, go ahead."
I would probably still wear my patch, but it's so I don't really want to ruin the hoodie with the animal ears on it that it used to be on. I am surprised I was not bullied more. What's that?
That just screwed up.
Oh, it's sewed on there with pink. It's like the edges are embroidered with pink, purple, and black.
Here in North America, if you do some fake patch on the back of your jacket, I've seen guys get beat up over Black Label Society jackets.
The thing is, mine is a real patch. Like, yeah. Like, if you put that hoodie for a washing machine, like, you would never get all the blood out of that.
Yikes.
Don't worry, it's only from fights. I can't access it. It's mostly from fights.
My youngest daughter has my old first leather jacket that when I started riding back when I was in my 20s. It was a German-made Heingerich because, man, I've always been into sports bikes, right? I've only owned a couple Harleys because I had to. But when you're kind of a risky rider, you tend to get a little road rash. The boy that does that jacket, show it, man. There's parts burnt right off of it.
Gosh.
But yeah,
like, thank you, cow.
Oh, Master Lawrence had his clothes laid out to be laundered for the night before we went to Christchurch one time.
You guys want to hear a funny one? Fed will know what I mean. I fucked up one time at fairly high speed, and as I recall, the back wheel blew, which normally you should be able to ride out. But the bike developed this just nasty speed wobble, and I went off. And like an idiot, I didn't want to slide down on my, I landed on my hands, which were gloved, so we're good. But I rolled myself over, and I kept skidding for a ways. And I left this long red streak on the highway. It was my ass cheek. I had to have it. I had to have surgery.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I bet you were sitting funny for a while.
Oh yeah. I was laying on my stomach watching TV for about 8 weeks.
Yeah, after something like that, no nude beaches for you.
Yeah, it's over. Dude,
Milton,
you'll never even see me with a pair of shorts on, and it's all motorcycle shit, man.
what are you showing, Milton?
I'm showing the impossible dream of a mermaid.
All right,
Oh,
okay.
she's not wearing a top. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw that. I completely zoned out.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't notice that.
Oops.
No, I know how
I
you
bet-
feel. Nobody there's. I have my legs. I keep covered up from just I don't know. Too many damn scars.
Yeah, got
Too
no
many
choice.
things
Same.
blown up. Too many times shot. You know, things
Everybody
like
I
that.
know is, barebacked and, because it's hotter than hell and we're working away and shit. And I can't do it, man. Because all the work will stop. If I take my t-shirt off, everybody looks over at me and goes, "Oh my God."
Well,
What the fuck, dude?
Well, last time I was talking to somebody about they were like, "Oh, well, how's it feel to be shot?" And I was like, "Okay, so here's what you do: take an ice pick, heat it up till it's almost white hot, and then jam it through." I was like, that's about what it feels like, and leave it in there and wiggle it around a little bit.
I can attest to that. It is. It's like a white hot
I was like,
fucking knife being jammed in.
Yeah, it's no fun at all.
The worst
But-
thing I've been
And don't
shot with
forget
is
the
a
impact portion of it. When I got shot by the rebels there in Somalia, I got shot in the back and
Hey, Boosh.
and just above my pelvis. And I'm telling you, man, the impact of those bullets, they sent me flying. Like, I'll bet you they picked me right up off my feet and threw me about 2-3 feet easy before I hit the ground. And God, did it hurt.
The worst shot I've had is
Hello,
a tetanus shot.
What's up, Boosh?
The worst shot I've ever had was a tetanus shot. The second worst was a 22.
I've been shot a total of 5 times. Twice in the military, 3 times in civilian life.
Haha, I've only been shot 3 times.
I don't know.
And one of those in civilian life was my brother. He fucking shot me with a 22 right through the thigh. Yeah.
Ow.
Can't really admit to anything because my attorney would probably kill me if I did.
What are you showing now, Milton? It looks like a guy in a bunny suit.
Yeah.
It's
Just
Stalin in the
guy.
bunny suit.
That is not him.
That's
Stalin
Stalin.
in a bunny suit.
Oh, okay, yeah, Stalin. Yeah, Stalin. I thought you were trying to say that was him. I was like, that's not him. I know that face. That's not Stalin. That's Stalin. Yeah. Holy crap! What the fuck? Man, that would have been great for propaganda.
Oh my God, this gets worse.
Okay.
We're all bad people.
Oh my God. Sorry. Oh my God. I did not think that guy could be cute, and you're not allowed to say his name on YouTube. Sorry.
That's okay.
Well, the only thing I heard was that nobody has a fake butt cheek, and that's fine. There's more you're asleep.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. I have a prosthetic ass, man. One of my butt cheeks is a saline bag. It's been replaced once in my lifetime too.
Oh.
So you can't just land on the couch hard.
Well, I didn't know if you were asleep or not.
Like, that's weird. So it's like one side perkier than the other, or like what's up?
Yes.
What's
kind of?
What's it like when you flex?
it's like this, and then like this side is like whoop.
So like
Well,
if
you don't
fart-
understand.
So like, dude, if you fart really hard, does like one side do the Jello blubber mold kind of thing a little more than the
I
other?
don't know. I can't see.
Oh, now we have an experiment. Get a
Well,
mirror and go
couldn't you
stand in the bathroom.
Mirror. Could you see with a mirror?
Dude, you could
I
probably
suppose,
get
but
about
I've never
eight-
really.
You could probably easily.
You know,
get
I
about
remember after
10,000
the
people
initial
to line up to
surgery,
watch
I
the
can remember
butt
having
cheeks
to look
rumble.
at it in the mirror, but I haven't looked. I don't care. Whatever.
I just realized we're
But it has a
asking-
lot to do. These beatings and these injuries have. I've been telling everybody I know. Look, man, I'm going to put my quad up for sale. And they're like, "Why?" And I said, "Because I'm too old and broken to ride it anymore. I go out for a half an hour. I come back. I'm just beat."
Bush.
I just realized we were asking nobody, an ex-soldier, to watch himself fart in the mirror. I mean,
You know what? I just
Right?
realized this is where idiocracy
Think about it, you guys.
comes into play.
I have
because
regrets.
That's how Ass the movie got made.
Yeah,
Wait, there's a movie called Ass.
it's
That's
from
right.
Idiocracy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's an idiocracy. But yeah, it's called Ass the movie.
It's just an ass and occasionally farts for 90 minutes.
Yep. And that right there would be nobody performing the experiment. So we just tied the timelines together.
Yeah, nobody's head is what is it? Aluminum siding.
Yeah. And then I also, guys, I had all these great tattoos when I was younger on my thighs and whatnot, and they're destroyed. You know, like with the skin grafts and everything, they're just a fucking mess, man. It's ugly. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say it's really expensive to get rid of a tattoo.
Oh, just fall off a motorcycle.
That's painful.
Or, just put a little gasoline.
Yeah, it'll scrape them right
gasoline
off,
on it.
right down to the meat.
Oof.
Don't worry.
A
No,
branding
there's
iron
like-
gets rid of a branding iron
sorry,
gets rid of gang tattoos.
Like there's like a YouTube video of these two guys. I saw for quite a while ago. He's using like some kind of sanding tool, like electric sanding tool, and he's getting rid of the tattoo off his arm. It was all bloody and stuff. I was like, ow, that looks really painful.
That's mental.
I've had a sander hit.
That's
my
metal as.
When I did construction, I had calluses everywhere on my hands, and I hit a sander with that scraped down to the skin almost instantly. I can't imagine what that would be like on soft flesh.
Oh, it was bleeding pretty good. His arm.
He was like, "Yeah, check this out. This tattoo removal done caveman style. Yeah."
Let me see if I can find the video.
Oh, I don't want to watch that. Thank you.
Oh, I do. Bring it up,
Okay,
Alright.
I'll send it to you, Fed.
dude.
That guy's
Yeah,
probably
I
that
for sure
stuff.
want to see it.
Dude, why
Alright,
would you not want to see some guy belt sanding, his arm tattoo?
Oh, I've got a
off?
good visual because it's going to be gross.
Right. Why would you not want to see that? Be like, okay, I that's
Okay,
off
wait.
my checklist.
Seriously,
I saw-
that's what
I gotta
me and
jump
Elizabeth
in
wants
here.
to get turned on.
Here's another falling off bicycles. Doc Forbin says fell off a bike once and it was the worst at about 60. When my mom was about my age now, 56-ish, right in that range, I took this old CCM bicycle that had been hanging in the barn for, oh my God, all of my life. Like, we rode it when I was a child and such, but then they put it away and it just sat there rusting. So
Oh my God.
I took it home and I went over it. I restored it completely. I had the handlebars nickel plated. The frame was all redone. I found the original CCM badge. When I took it apart, I found the year it was produced, 1933. My grandparents had it all those years. So I present it to my mom for Christmas, and it is mint. It has brand new balloon tires. Everything's just fucking perfect. And she's just about broke down crying. Like, wow, I can't believe it. It's so beautiful and stuff. So you remember the old type bikes had the coaster brakes where you got to go backwards on the pedals, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes.
Well, my mom didn't weigh a lot. She only weighed about $1.20, maybe. And she got going down a hill with the old bike, and she went to put the brakes on because it was going too fast, and it's a gravel road, right? And it keeps picking up speed. So she panicked, and she just jumped on that backwards on the pedal and locked the back brake up and went sideways, went flying, and ate the gravel, man. Boy, was she mad. And I mean it. She got torn up pretty bad, man.
That sucks.
And she wrecked that paint job on that bike too, by the way.
Ah, man.
Oh, that's the worst thing I've ever heard. The paint job of the bike. Damn it.
I kind of laughed at her because I'm like, didn't you do this once when you were younger too down the hill? Have you not learned your lessons? Either ride it out and just keep rolling, or, you know, lock the brake up early as soon as it starts to get a little too fast and you panic.
The only time I fell off a bike
My
when I
mom was
wasn't
not
doing
good.
something stupid. Well, I used to do like tricks, and I used to try to do jumps and stuff, and I used to try to. I never got like the whole bike to spin around the handlebars or anything like that. I just used to do dumb jumps. I did a couple of flips. And I fell off. The only time I fell off when I didn't wasn't doing something stupid was the first time riding without training wheels on it. My dad had it by the seat, by the handlebars, and he let me go, and I just went, and I was just like, oh yeah, I don't need the training wheels at all. I looked back and I'm like, I'm doing it, and smashed right into a mailbox.
I did one. I got really good on my 10-speed, dude. I could ride for blocks and blocks with no hands, man. I could do a wheelie and keep it on the back wheel for all the way to school, man. And one day I went down to our local store because they had installed the Slurpee machine. Woo! Got myself Slurpee, and I'm riding back for home, and I'm cutting through the town to get back to the farm. And as I'm pedaling away, I see a girl I like from high school, and kind of looking at her, and she's wearing nice shorts and stuff. I'm too busy looking at her, and I slammed right into the back of a pickup truck. Blew my Slurpee to pieces, smashed myself, and
Could you
That's
turn
my
without,
Slurpee.
could you turn without hands? I figured out how to turn without hands, not like a 90-degree.
Oh
turn,
yeah,
not a
yeah,
sharp turn.
absolutely. I can
Like
take corners just by leaning and shit.
Yeah, like on the road, like on a sidewalk and taking a right turn, I couldn't do that. But if I was on the road and I had enough space to do like kind of a loping, what do you call it? Looping, whatever, like a wide turn, I could do that without hands. I didn't like. I learned how to do wheelies, and I'm like, okay, this is cool. And then I went, I'd rather just ride my bike without hands. Like, it was more effort to do the wheelie. Like, I had to balance more and shift around more, balance the weight.
In my 30s, I used to take my younger cousins and my brother and his friends and such out dirt biking, and they always called me the old man, right? Because I was way older than most of them. They're all in their 20s. And then I'm old man, huh? I'm going to warm up a bit on my dirt bike. So, I put on my gear and shit and start fucking doing wheelies for like a mile. Get up on the seat on one foot, fucking just giving her, and they're like, holy shit, man. And then I'm climbing hills that they wouldn't dare. Just wouldn't dare. I was good, man. I was really good. Unfortunately, that's all memories now.
This is gonna piss you off, maybe. I don't know, because it's New York, so who really gives a shit? We don't live there. They had, maybe Fed knows. I can't think of the number off the top of my head. I have to go look it up. But they had an entire parking lot.
650 different dirt bikes and quads that were seized, and they ran over them with a bulldozer.
Yes,
I saw that today.
A lot of them were 4-stroke, which means they made anywhere from 80 to 120 miles to a gallon. And apparently that's a no-no in New York City, which is fucking ridiculous. Also, New York City has a gas tax. Isn't that
Yeah,
interesting?
they do.
You'd be surprised. Even 2-stroke dirt bikes are actually really good on fuel. They're not bad at all. You can ride all day
It's
on a tank of
50,
gas.
50, 60 miles to a gallon on it. But it's in New York, so I mean, how many miles are you actually going? You could ride that thing all week on a tank of gas.
I'm
But
going
nope,
to show
that's
you guys something
illegal.
disturbing.
You've been showing us disturbing stuff this entire time.
That's
The hell
George
is
from
that?
Peppa Pig
Peppa Pig?
giving Goose the bacon.
No, that's not disturbing.
I like
the guy
bacon.
leaning on a shotgun was bad, and we didn't need Fat Batman.
Fat Batman. He keeps
Fat
showing
Batman?
up. He keeps showing up. My wife even sends me Gmails with him. Fat Batman.
My cousin Jack, who served in Vietnam, we used to text back and forth. I don't know what happened. We just stopped chit-chatting for a little while. Now it's pretty much just call it the holidays and just say what's up, how the family doing. He sent me a man in a luchador mask and a cape and a thong, and that was it. A very, very large man, looked like Fat Batman. And I said, "Why did you send me this?" And he said, "Oh, that's me in my superhero outfit." And I was like, "Oh God, I'm scarred." Thank you, Jack. Oh yeah, Fed. I mean, the people that are already there that don't have guns are constantly living in fear. So yeah, that'll help calm things down.
Guns aren't dangerous. People are stupid.
That's correct.
No,
Also,
it's
there's no
true.
True.
He nailed it. The sad part
All right,
is
Fed.
we are talking about the fact that a gun is a tool, all right? Like any tool. I can pick up a monkey wrench and bash some fucking brains in, all right? I can. It does not matter.
Like I
I have
said,
seen
guns are not used for threats; they're for action.
I have
If
seen
I
things done with broom handles to people, and I have seen things done with things like hammers and crowbars. That, yeah, guns aren't bad.
So this
Yeah,
is a real
guns aren't
statistic.
near as bad as some of the vicious beatings I've seen by other hand tools.
The statistic is anywhere from 15 to 20,000 people are murdered. This is murder. This is not shot and killed. This is murder because there's defensive uses of guns. Someone breaks in, tries to kill you, you shoot them back. Kyle Rittenhouse, perfect example. He killed 2 guys. They tried to kill him. This is not part of the murder statistic. Murder is unlawful use of a firearm to end the life of another. That's what murder is. In Texas, there were 5,700 fatal motor vehicle accidents in 2019. That far exceeds gun murders. Like,
oh
by
yeah,
a ridiculous
no, and that's same here in Canada, dude. You're more likely to die in a car accident than anything else. That's a fact. Even cancer, like if you're a heavy smoker, you're still more likely to die behind the wheel.
Almost half of those were from alcohol. That's someone using a tool, because a vehicle is a conveyance. It's used to get from point A to point B. That's the tool you're using. You could use your legs, you could use a bike, you could use a car. If you're using that illegally, i.e. drinking and driving, that accounted for, I think, 2,300 fatalities. The other ones are someone doing something they should have been doing, like texting and driving or excessively speeding. So all of these things is someone using something illegally or improperly and causing the death of another. So the statistic is, like I said, 15,000 to 20,000. Let's go with 20,000 because the math is easier. 25% of all gun homicides are done with a legally owned firearm. 75% of all gun murders are done with an illegal firearm. So basically, you're taking a number, 20,000, taking all the legal guns away, and they think it's going to drop down to 15,000 gun murders a year? Because it's not. Because the people
here in Canada, the gun murders that have happened for 20 years, Not one legal gun has been responsible for a death.
And how
the
many
murders, I mean.
Right, but how many defensive uses are there? Because they're really wishy-washy here. Because it goes like sometimes it's 4
There's only
million
been
here.
a couple here. Just recently, a Saskatchewan farmer had some natives break onto his land. This was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And they were stealing his quad. And as they were doing this, they had firearms with them, too. Like, they were carrying rifles as well. And when they went roaring by, they fired a shot at him, and they tried to run him over with his own quad. And he fired a .22 once. It hit the one kid in the head and killed him. And, oh, God, it ruined his life. He ended up in jail right away, waiting for trial, like remand.
That's not what I mean.
And they finally found him. They found him innocent. They let him go, man.
That would be one of the 5,000 legal defensive uses that ended someone's life. I'm talking about instances where someone did not die, but a gun got pulled and prevented who knows what. And that's the problem that a lot of people have in the government and media say, oh, well, this guy pulled a gun. They don't know that they were going to rob the store. It's like, yeah, you do. I mean, look at the area, look at the crime stats, look at this person's history. Or if you don't do that, then you can just feign ignorance. But there's anywhere between, again, you never know. Like 2020, they stopped counting. 2019, I think it was like 3 million, and then it was like 2 million, and it was like 1.5 million. So it's really hard to button down what an average is. But these are like Granny's home alone. Grandpa passed away, and people are trying to break into her house, and she taps on the window with a revolver, and they go, okay, maybe not here. That's a legal defensive use of a gun. That's part of that 2 million average, whatever it is.
That kind of thing happens out here on a reasonably often basis. Some asshole gets out of control, and all you have to do is, the other guy flashes his gun, and it's over.
It settles down real quick. But that situation, if Granny's not allowed to have a gun, what happens to her?
Yes.
I want
Raquel, thank you for that video. Thank you so much for that video.
You're welcome.
That dude was crazy as hell, and I'm like,
now Fedora harder than Chinese algebra.
Oh yeah, you have no idea, dude. We're talking teak, mahogany, bro.
He's spraying the couch.
harder than the Pope around the choir boy.
I sent you the same video, nobody.
It's in the private chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
No, let me tell you, guys like that, they're always screeching about toxic masculinity. I'm like, when you run across a dude that is literally unbreakable, you can do something like that. Like he goes, you know what? I got this lady's tattoo. I got her name tattooed on my arm, and we got divorced. She did me wrong. Screw that. Take this grinder and just sand belt this right off my arm.
Thank you, Moyer. I don't want to see it either because yuck.
Woo!
Also, welcome back. You look very nice this evening.
Oh my God! I wish my phone was better because I tell you what, me and Elizabeth would probably watch that guy sanding his tattoo off as foreplay.
Dude, watch it. It's so gnarly. It's awesome.
Is it in the chat? Is it in the chat on YouTube? Because I can't do it on my
private chat on stream.
Yeah, he has a private chat.
Anyway, I'm gonna bounce out. I got some chicken that just got finished, and I got some stuff.
I had chicken as well today.
So
I made steak nachos for lunch. Oh,
yeah,
so good.
I had chicken.
But he's laughing while they're doing it.
That's weird.
Oh
I
my
had
God.
chicken too. How did you have yours?
That's what I'm saying. Nobody. I'm like,
I had chicken as well.
Dude.
I had butter chicken on rice.
Hey, Sherry.
Oh my God! My friend made
chicken bake, awesome, man.
And my chicken was on rice as well.
Yep.
Hello, the lovely Sherry.
Stuffed poblano peppers. I'm gonna put some rice and all that up inside of it, and just bake those up. Chicken's almost done, so I gotta go get to that.
I made steak.
But Raquel, thank you for having me on, and
you're welcome anytime, Fed.
Bye, Fed.
We love you,
Everybody
Fed.
else. I love you guys
Take
too.
care, Fed.
And,
Love
hey,
you, kitty.
you
Be
know,
careful what you do with belt sanders.
if for
Little
no
scratchy
other
ears.
reason, if you get super down or anything for no other reason, stay alive just to make the bastards mad.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I felt that. I felt that. Like, yes.
I had
Yes,
And,
I
hey,
don't remember who
anybody-
said it, but the best act of rebellion is to live a good life and throw it right in their faces.
Yes. I don't know if you
Amen,
remember
brother.
that, but
Amen. All right. I'll catch you guys later.
hey,
Later,
Shay.
Fed.
Fed.
Mwah.
love you, man.
He's such a cute cat.
Something terrible happened today.
What?
Like-
What wrong?
Oh my
I
god.
s-
Okay,
I
turn
s-
it on.
I started thinking.
Socks is here. Yeah,
That's-
Is that a
that's-
bad
I know,
thing?
me too.
It's a terrible
I
thing.
started
man.
thinking how sexy
They both
Fed
keep me
is.
company now.
Ooh, cheesecake.
What is this now?
No, no,
I
no.
wish your cheesecake that fucking
No.
big. Do not knock stuff over, Socks.
Oh, cookie. Chocolate chip cookie.
It's a giant cookie.
Yummy. She doesn't want to share.
He's like, here, just look at it. Now give it back.
He's like, yeah, you just get to look at it. You don't have one.
You can have that one. All yours. You want more? I'll give you more of it.
Yeah. I wonder if I do something sexy to it, like putting Nutella on it.
Or dipping it in,
I got
We had
3
diabetes,
packets of
we had
those.
diabetes hard.
or dipping it in milk.
I don't,
Like-
really
Oh
have,
my!
Or put whipped cream on it and eat it with a fork.
I don't have whipped cream or milk.
Oh, cocoa.
Ah,
Dip it in
My
cocoa.
my
Mm.
my hippie-ish daughter has almond milk, but that's not same. That doesn't have the same hit.
I just touched my thigh with my hand, and it's so cold that I
How-
swear it gave me freezer burn.
Oh right, it's winter down there for you, isn't it?
Like I gotta warm up. Like I left a red mark on my own thigh.
So I work like 8 to 10 hour days. Today was just an 8-hour day, which is nice.
Oh,
It hit 102 degrees. So
Oh,
when I work
man.
that
that
long,
sounds about like
turn off
Oklahoma.
I turn off the AC because it's just it just there's no reason to run it like I keep it around like 80. 80's fine. When I got home, I was like, that's a little hotter than 80. It said 80, but it was sweltering. So I don't like running the
What-
AC just for no reason.
let's see. A heat advisory. There's a heat advisory going on right
Everywhere
now.
from Kansas to Texas and all the way from New Mexico to Arkansas.
Yeah, it's those damn energy weapons that what's his fucking potato head guy.
No, it's just fucking hot in the South.
Yeah,
And
but it
some-
wasn't like this last year, wasn't like this the year before, wasn't like this the
Oh,
year
it was
before
fucking
that.
hot last year.
Not
I mean,
like
heck,
this.
even Christmas was nice weather. It was so warm.
It's supposed
In
to be
summertime-
100.
I remember it was bloody hot last year. That wasn't weird.
Supposed to be.
Everybody always acts
yeah.
like it's some
It's
magically
supposed-
new hot.
I don't know.
I could look it
No, I
up
don't-
for you, but it was not over 100 degrees this time last year.
I feel like you might be wrong, but
Well, I'm also on the coast. Like
oh well,
I have
yeah.
I have the Gulf of Mexico right there.
We're close to the
Oh,
equator.
I'm complaining about how hot it is. Boo hoo, sob, sob. I literally just broke ice off my windows on the inside.
Oh, I don't want to, dude. Last winter, no, it was terrible. We lost power for. It was like what, over 1 million homes throughout Texas lost power. And
are you talking
in my
about that?
areas,
Are you talking about that
I
freaky
don't
ass
want
winter
to do that.
storm we had a couple years
Yeah,
back?
that lasted.
That
That
was
lasted 4 days.
freaky.
Yeah,
I've never seen a winter storm that covered the entire United States. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, my pool froze. I
Not
had to
all
go
my
outside.
days.
I had to go outside, wrap the pipes in blankets because I didn't want the pipes to burst.
a bunch of my plants survived that initial freeze, and then it started warming up. And what was it, like early March? It started warming up, and then out of nowhere, that same winter, that was 2021 winter, and then like my plants went, okay, it's spring now. We're going to come back alive again. Then it started dropping below 30 degrees several times in the next few weeks, and everything in my yard died. Like, okay, we've had enough of this.
30 degrees. That's fucking warm to me, man. That's fucking sweet. I like going. What you guys call 30 degrees Fahrenheit, I call snowmobiling weather.
Well, it's fine for me. When it starts getting around like 12 degrees Fahrenheit is where I go, I don't want to be outside anymore.
No, guys.
I don't know what
your guys' scale catches up to mine at about minus 30. And I've seen days that are minus 42 up here.
Yeah, the hell with that.
I've actually seen a minus 50 day.
Oh my God, I would die.
I went outside for a cigarette.
In places where the wind blows and it hurts your face?
Well, here's why. Because there's no great big spiders or snakes or anything. All of those ugly little things, they're not up here. They're dead. They don't make it.
They're dead.
I think all spiders should be eradicated from the earth.
That's
just my opinion.
Spiders.
No, we need them. Let's at least keep the tarantulas and the jumpy spiders.
No.
2 nights ago, I took the steak out.
Oh, they mind their business. They're fine.
I took a steak out of my frying pan. I put the potato pom-poms on the plate. I got 2 mouthfuls, and it was frozen to the plate.
Yeah, it was 12 degrees. I think it was just soda. Like didn't even have ice in it. I just had soda. And I went out for a cigarette, and before I was halfway through the cigarette, the cherry on the cigarette froze. But it's fucking fire. How does that? It's fire. How does fire freeze? Yeah. And I went, okay, so I threw that away, and I went to drink my soda, and it clinked against my teeth. And I went, oh, yeah, it's cold. This sucks.
Hey, you guys, I've told you this story before. We went to rescue a guy that had screwed up in a snowstorm. It's blowing. It's minus 40, and it's blowing hard. So with the wind chill, it's really cold, right? And once we got his truck out and everything, we're doing this, laughing and drinking beers and such. And I went to take a leak outside, and I'm telling you, man, by the time my piss hit the ground, it was ice.
Man, that's like some Bering Strait shit going on right there, man. Damn.
When I turned 18, I went to do what the trappers do for 2 years, and well, the possum trappers, tail end of that anyway. But anyway, I went to live up in the native forest for 2 years. I made the brilliant idea of going up to the Paparoas. Without wind chill, that gets down to minus 40 degrees Celsius.
Oh.
I decided it's maybe not a good idea after I spent a night outdoors, doors, snow around me melted. It was better than nothing. And I literally, on the way back, walked past a goat that was frozen solid on its fucking feet. And it was like,
yeah. When I was a kid on the farm, we had a particularly cold summer, and one of our old dogs died. And I walked out, and he's just standing there, and he's frozen solid. So you guys aren't going to believe this, but my dad and I carried him over and set him out front by the mailbox and left him there for the rest of the winter, frozen and staring at everybody.
It's just horrible.
I heard that was a farm.
That was funny. Oh. Everybody in the county thought it was hilarious. One guy rolls up. We're out there. I remember we were clearing snow off the driveway and such, and my dad's working away. I'm working away, and one of our neighbors rolls up in a truck, and he yells out, "Statue, Charlie!"
Ugh.
The dog's name was Charlie.
That's a dad joke.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I refuse to laugh at this.
Hey,
that's
Ghost
a 10 out of
Floof.
10 dad joke.
Fucking hell.
Milton liked it.
I think we lost Milton.
Thanks for not being funny.
Breathe. Breathe.
They call me nobody. That's really bad, and you shouldn't do it, no matter how funny it is.
It was a different time, man. That was Christ. I was like 13. It was like 78, 79.
Hey, Milton, do you know who Helen Keller is?
Is she the deaf and blind lady?
Yeah. You know what she named her dog?
Ah!
I remember.
Yeah, I heard it as, why did Helen Keller's dog run away? You'd run away too if your name was.
I remember getting told the last words of Helen Keller. I was faking the whole time.
And they put her up there like she can
Did
actually
you hear about?
talk. No.
Did you hear about Helen Keller? What did she say when she fell down the well? Not a damn thing, but she screamed her hands off.
That one's bad.
Hey, look, we shouldn't make fun of her. What if she hears?
How did Helen Keller break her arm? Trying to read a stop sign.
Bruh.
Look, we can't make fun of her. What if she hears this?
Then you, my friend, are really in big trouble.
I was getting on the same page with it when
been
they were
dead
like,
for
okay,
100 years.
She understands what water is, like she understands what heat is, and like it's making sense. Like she can feel things, and there's symbols that she can write. Like, okay, the circle, that means water, things like that. But when they're like, oh yeah, she can form full sentences and she has opinions about going on in the government, I'm like, no, you've lost me. That's totally full shit. Like, she can understand economics. No.
Yeah, no,
I
sorry.
wouldn't say that she can't understand it. There's no way that you could possibly communicate it.
No, she has absolutely no concept of things like that. Like, she knows feel. Like, that's the only thing that she's possibly aware of. She's blind and
I'm
deaf.
just saying, if you got the input through, she could probably understand it.
There's no way to get the input in there. Like, money. But explain to her money. That's the start. And it's just, no, you can't do that.
I'll try communicating on her level.
Or when she had what was it, women's rights? Like, how did they differentiate man and woman to her? Did people take their pants off and she's like, oh, okay, that means woman, this means man? No. That's
yeah, you reach out and have a crotch feel.
Have a tug. Like, oh, and just write a symbol on her hand, just like a straight line and two little circles. That's the symbol for man.
Oh, you should give South Park these ideas.
Well, what was it? I was watching Crowder like a couple of months ago, and they showed the video that I remember seeing years ago, and they started making fun of it. Like, okay, not only can she understand women's rights and suffrage and things like that, but she can articulate it, and she can now talk. And they were saying stuff like that, and I just took it to another level with so how does she know what a woman is? Helen Keller, can you define woman for me? She sounded just like Johnny Jackson Brown, who's now a Supreme Court justice.
And hear the whole time. I think it was all fake so she could get attention.
No, because there are people that are born blind and deaf. Other people have been born that way. So
I haven't met them. Well, I haven't had any conversations with people like this.
That's because they would not be walking around the street. They'd be in a fucking home so they don't walk into traffic. You would have to go to one of those places where they are.
I never worked with one at the retail for them, and none of them would find it.
You just tell them anything, they can't.
When I was in the 80s, when I was looking for jobs just out of high school and such, I'm supposed to be a mechanic and a bodyman, working on my tickets, but the economy had crashed and nobody was hiring. I got a job at a nursing home. And when I say nursing home, I'm not talking about the ones where with old folks. I'm talking about people that were born with serious deformities and were morbidly retarded. and couldn't take care of themselves. And so at the time, my government kept them alive. There was this one, they told me it was a girl, but you couldn't tell. And it had hoofs for hands. And its face was so flat that they had to put stitches on the corners of its eyes to keep its eyeballs from popping out.
Well, I had to do stuff
And
like
it
that
used
to
to
the
just sit
elephant
there
man.
in the corner rocking all day, man. Like, what kind of life is this?
Ephialtes from 300.
It was worse than that because it couldn't even think. Like, it was just, why is this alive? Why are we paying to keep this alive? I really got to ask. At this point, is it not better to just put them down?
Especially when, what would it take to see if this person's in pain? Like, how do you know this person is not like completely suffering this entire time? Is there?
They register pain.
You're not going to be able to like hook diodes to their head and read brain waves if it's not functioning properly. This person could be in like horrific pain every second that they're alive, and we'd never know it. But yeah, like nobody's saying you just keep them alive. That sound right?
I know it's not politically correct. I believe the correct term is microcephalia, but there was another kid there that was a pinhead, and we used to call him the bird boy because he had this great big nose and this crazy big mouth, big eyes, and fuck all for a skull. And it used to just walk around laughing all day.
It's microcephaly.
A great deal of my time was spent fucking following that thing around, wiping up its shit and piss because it just went on the floor.
At least they were enjoying themselves.
God, no.
I guess so.
For Christ's sake.
I'm just saying, I measure quality.
That one, you could park Bird Boy in front of the TV when any kind of cartoons were on, and he'd just be glued to it, fascinated. I don't think he understood a fucking thing, but he sure liked the artwork and stuff.
Well, good for him. I mean, it was like Milton says, at least he's happy.
Yeah, like I measure quality of life by enjoyment. That kid sounds happy. Like I'm kind of envious. My life is like what you had to clean up all day. Shitty.
I just like nobody walks in and Zippy the Pinhead goes, "Oh, I remember that guy." He's happy.
The Bird Boy would. It'd run up to you. You'd be mopping away. It'd run up to you and poke you in the ribs and run away really fast to the other end of the hall and then drop his drawers and either piss or shit again and then run away laughing.
Nobody
I would do that if I could get away with it in one of those places. Like if I was put in a home, like that's just what I'd do. Like,
you ever seen Preacher? You guys ever seen Preacher?
No.
It's based on a comic book. The comic book is pretty brutal, but the TV show it had a good couple of seasons, and it just fell off the rails. It was awful. They had like the lineage of Jesus Christ, because apparently through this story had relations with Mary Magdalene, and they kept breeding to have like a natural bloodline of Jesus. And the result was basically what nobody was describing. Someone who gets very excited sometimes about seeing someone. And that's Humperdoo. And that's the Christ child. That's Humperdoo. And he's got some severe like issues. And he meets Preacher and starts rubbing against him. And he goes, okay, we need to leave. Someone give him a juice box before he climaxes again. It's like, oh, okay.
We had another one where we bust them all out to McMahon Stadium in Calgary to let them, the ones that could travel and be in public with a little supervision. And we go to Calgary Stampeders football game, CFL up here. And at one point, the Stamps make a touchdown, and the whole crowd gets up and cheers like crazy. And all the retards jumped up and down, waving, and they all shit themselves simultaneously, man. Like, seriously. There's 3 of us that are shepherding them, and we all had to go clean them up, man. It was fucking ridiculous.
You know, they call me nobody. I would actually arrange if everybody to do that if you were looking after me. If I was like that.
Nobody.
You know why?
Like, seriously, that whole job was nothing but wiping up shit behind retards. And I got a whopping $13
Stop
an hour
calling
for it.
that, man. Like, Joe Biden's a retard because he's a fucking retard. Those people are special needs. Like,
Yeah.
Special needs, all right.
yes, very special needs.
Yeah, actually, they call me nobody. That's a bit harsh. I mean, Joe Biden, I agree with Bosch. Joe Biden is a retard, and then you are insulting these mentally deformed individuals.
Yeah, they're like severely developmentally disabled.
It was
Joe
at
Biden's
one
a
point in
retard.
time. Retard was simply
Yes.
short for developmentally retarded,
I understand.
and it was an actual medical term.
I
And
understand.
then, of course, us kids picked up on it and started using it. It's not a curse word. It's not slang. It's not bad. It's an actual medical term. So is moron, idiot, imbecile. These are all levels of IQ.
Nick and poop.
I learned
Nick
this
and poop.
when I took psychology.
Also, there's poop in it. That's fun.
Evidently, I have major psychopathic tendencies. I can't emphasize with that.
You're talking about foreplay with the grinder video. I mean,
our therapist has kind of talked us out of things like branding irons and stuff like that. Even the ones you can buy.
I mean, whatever. Just don't hurt other people with it.
But that's what me and Elizabeth
keep it
like
in the
doing.
bedroom. So nobody just reminded me of. There's something about Mary when Matt Dillon starts ingratiating himself with Mary. He's a private eye that's supposed to go look at her, or supposed to follow her around and report back to Ben Stiller. Instead, he falls in love because she's gorgeous. So he starts volunteering with the school that she's at, where her brother is, and he starts telling a story about this other place, in Florida where. Yeah, he was taking care of all these kids, and God, I just love those fucking retards. And Mary's face is like, "Excuse me."
Oh, no, that's what he met her at the golf. That's what he met her at the golf range, though. At first.
No, it was at the park where like one of them's climbing up a tree to get a coconut.
She was like, "What do you do?" He goes, "Well, it's my passion." I work
yes.
Retards.
That's where they took him out for like a play date.
Correct. He goes, "Well, I don't care if it's politically correct. It's my passion, and I love them."
I love those retards.
Let it pass. Like, okay.
Hey, Manticore.
And he made sure
I haven't
he had
seen
that
Manticore in a while. Just saying hi.
Yep, he's here.
You guys should get Manticore to come up here. He's pretty cool.
Hey,
Come on, Manticore, you're adorable. Come on.
Yeah, come on up. The link's on the live chat.
That was a funny movie.
Yeah, he has crazy conspiracies about Will Smith, but he's a pretty cool guy.
That works for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so I had a
Corbin,
terrible thing happen. I was trying to get to that, but we got sidetracked by retards.
Okay.
Have you ever heard? I wish Courtney was here because she'd know this band. There was a punk band in the late 80s called the Dead Milkmen, and they did a song called Taking Retards to the Zoo that you've just got to hear.
Oh my God. Is that even allowed? I got to look that up.
They used to keep them in zoos.
I'm not thinking where social media will even allow that at this point.
Like, you should look up human zoos.
The bus crashes at the end of the song, and it's all like, bodies everywhere, retards beware.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's priceless.
Bobcat Goldthwait.
Do not get us in trouble.
He has a bit where he's on a plane. I think it's like Chicago or something like that. Or he's flying to Chicago. And he's on the plane with the Special Olympics team. And
Cool.
the pilot comes on the overhead or the intercom and goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about the large explosion at the left side of the plane. That was us just losing our engine." And he's like, holy shit. And the whole plane's like vibrating and shaking. And he's like, I'm going to die. And he looks around and he realizes the headline's going to be something like Special Olympic Team, Bobcat Goldthwait die in plane crash. And people are going to read it and go, yeah, it seems about right. So they start losing the other engine. And the pilot comes on and he says, that's the voice of death. Like, where it's that calm. Like, that's the voice of death. They're not like someone that's really scared to be like, oh, Jesus Christ, we're going down. We're going down. This is, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to lose the right engine on our plane. We'll be landing in Cleveland in 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
If you yeah, that's like they're nose diving towards the ground to land the plane. So, they don't crash. And he goes, oh my God, we're all going to die. This is like crazy. And then the intercom comes on again and says, there's going to be a large amount of foam on the runway in order to stop the plane and put out the fires. And you may see a fire truck. And he thinks he's going to die. And like other people on the plane are freaking out. And one of the mentally retarded guys goes, fire truck? Like they're in a nosedive headed towards Earth very quickly. And he's excited. Yeah, he's excited because he's going to get to see a fire truck. It's like, no, dude.
I mean, if I was in that situation,
I'd be happy you got to see a fire truck.
I mean, I would be in a state of panic. You know what I mean?
I love the one where Bobcat's at he's standing behind a good-looking chick at a gas station, and she buys a scratch ticket. She scratches it and wins like $1,000, and she's like, "Wow, that's great!" And she turns around and looks at Bob, and he goes, "Yeah, I just pooped a bit." The whole bit is about never being able to pick up chicks. He says, "I never have the right thing to say.
I pooped a little." It's
Good
gonna
to
be the
know.
title of his memoir. I pooped a little.
The thing is, that could work as a pickup line.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
I don't know.
No.
Some women are pretty weird.
So
Maybe.
I don't remember what video it was.
That's the coolest kid in the world, you guys.
It was probably one of John Talk's videos. I said, like, Biden is just an R word. Or, I did, like, R, asterisk, and then word. And someone posted on that, and they said, I worked with developmentally disabled people, and, that's like anathema, and you can't say that kind of thing. But he went on and said, and, recently, the word's been coming back, and I'm realizing you don't use it towards mentally disabled people. You use it towards people like Joe Biden, and I'm totally okay with that. Yes. So I told him a story.
Hey, Rico, I just want to show Milton something cool.
Okay.
Could you expand on my avatar, like me? Milton,
Sure.
This particular picture was drawn by a chick I knew, and then she finished it with an airbrush. This is supposed to be me.
That's eerie and really, really cool.
Wait.
Seriously.
Oh, I
fuck.
see.
That's drawing?
Oh.
I thought that was a photo.
I see.
No,
people...
it's not.
Oh, okay. This is like, I thought it was like a nice photo, and then no, it's not. It's really sad and graphic.
And the crows are staring at him.
Yeah,
he's got no face.
That's fucking gorgeous.
I used
death in a hoodie.
I used to do my work with my peg leg jeans, my biker boots, and my hoodie on. And she knew me, and she was a pretty good artist, good tattoo artist, by the way, damn good. And yeah, she sent this to me a couple of years ago.
So
hey, are any of you familiar with the Cooper's knife?
The what?
No.
A Cooper is someone that makes barrels.
It's a curved draw knife. I did some work with that, and let's just say some bad people can't have children anymore. But I'll show you guys it.
Isn't a Cooper's knife something they use to make barrels?
Yeah, Coopers make barrels.
It's also a last name. Like Smith. People are like, where did the last name Smith come from? I don't know, Blacksmith, because they didn't have a fucking last name because they were indentured servants.
That's the knife. That's the blade. There is blood stains on this one.
Oh, gross. Thanks for sharing.
I can tell you as a fact. You can sort out problems with surprising tools.
Well, what do you put the blade around one of the barrel wraps and pound it down around the staves? Is that what that thing does?
No, it's for cleaning out the inside of the barrel.
Anyway, back to
shaping the
disabled
wood
people.
and cleaning out the inside of the
There
barrel.
was this guy with Down syndrome that worked at a liquor store. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. And it was around Arab Spring when gas prices in Florida were like $4 a gallon. And it was getting kind of out of hand. And I had to drive a lot to go to and from school. And my girlfriend and I go by the liquor store. I don't remember exactly what the conversation was about, but it was something about gas prices going up. And I was like, it's fucking Obama. It's like he sold off all of our resources, and now we have to buy our resources from other countries. And he's got these deals with that. It was something like that. And I don't remember exactly what was said. And the guy behind the counter, who, I mean, he's got Downs, goes, Obama fucking retarded. Even I know that. And I laughed my ass off, and she punched me in the arm as hard as she's ever hit me for laughing at that. I'm like, he said it. Is he not allowed to say it? Like, what the fuck?
Obama retarded.
Yeah. Like, that's the best insult I've ever heard to Obama. Someone with Downs knows what a piece of shit you are. Like, you have had this screwed up really bad.
Okay, how do I get into the kitchen? I don't have a light. Fuck, I hate the dark, you guys.
It would have been rude not to laugh. Fuck yeah. I'm sorry, but it's just sometimes
I laugh so fucking
shit finds you fun. It hits you fun, you know?
You
Like,
remember how bad Milton
when I was just a kid, my brother and I was in junior high. My brother was in still elementary, but our schools were close together, and we still had to, I had to look after my brother, pick him up after school, get on the bus, get him home. And one day we're standing there in the middle of town waiting for our bus to arrive, and there's this little old man. I'd say he was a war veteran or someone from that era. He's wearing his fedora and this old suit and whatnot. And as we're standing there watching, he's on the other side of the street. We're just kind of doing our thing. This bus comes along, and my brother and I are looking at him as this happens. He stepped out off the sidewalk right in front of the bus on purpose.
Oh my
and
God.
It knocked him flying. He came. The weirdest part was it left his shoes sitting right there perfectly where he was standing. It knocked him right out of his shoes.
I didn't think that was real.
And we laughed. I started laughing like a lunatic, and my brother started laughing probably because I was. And this little old lady beside us was mad as fuck. She's like, "That's not funny, you little bastards!"
Pretty funny.
Did he live?
That's when you say it's your grandpa.
Shit, no. He was jello, man. He was wreckage.
No, he didn't.
Why would you laugh at that? That's terrible.
He went flying. It was hilarious, man. Like, I had never seen anything like it.
We're men. We're bad people.
Yeah, yeah. Men in general have a weird sense of humor.
For groups of women that came together and looked at men and went, "Nah." It's terrible.
I would also like to point out that
your first instinct
the
would
majority
be to
of the
scream
greatest comedians ever are men.
Huh?
They call me nobody. I judge you really bad for that story.
The majority of the greatest comedians ever are men. Like Joan Rivers is great. Kathleen Madigan's great. I struggle to think of another female comedian that's just amazing.
That's fair. That is fair.
They call me nobody. I judge you really bad for that story because none of you said it was your grandpa, and none of you said that you dared him to do it.
Yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong. I thought about it later at night, and I thought, what if that was my granddad that had decided to book out by eating a bus?
Exactly.
I mean, like
And that's
I
where my
watched
brain goes.
I watched this video. This guy was just walking. It was at nighttime, so he crossed the street, and a drunk driver hit him.
Oh no.
His shoes took off like projectiles.
I would laugh at that. Like, sorry, he's dead, but that's fucking.
No, he's
hilarious.
okay.
God.
He's fine. He only got a broken leg.
Were his shoes okay?
Took off.
I know the video she's talking about. I've seen it. It is very funny because those shoes go right into outer space, Boosh.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds hilarious. It sounds like a cartoon.
Yeah.
So it's a true story. I used to hang out with a buddy of mine. I worked with him briefly at Burns Steakhouse. We used to hang out in this little. It wasn't a shed because it was mostly just mosquito netting, but there was like the corners were wood, and it was a little hangout shack. And he lived on this big plot of land, and he had a little trailer off in the back, and then his dad had like the main house, and it was kind of like a ranch style house. And we used to hang out there and smoke weed and drink, play. We used to play Cards Against Humanity. We used to play spades. We used to do some other drugs that I'm not going to name on here, but nobody probably knows what I'm talking about. And we're sitting there chilling, kind of stoned. There's maybe 6 or 7 of us. I don't remember. And he's sitting. There's a swing, like it's a porch swing, but it's attached to the roof of this little hangout that he's got. And he's just sitting there rocking back and forth. And I'm chit chatting with the person next to me, and there's other conversations going on. And then we just hear a bang, and I'll look over, and he has fallen over the back of the porch swing, and it is like tilted. I would say like probably like 100-degree angle. So the bottom of it is kind of facing us, but kind of up. And there's just one foot with a flip flop hanging off of it. And we're all going, what the fuck happened? And he had he explained like he was like trying to scratch his head or wipe his head and lost his hat behind him and went to go grab it and flipped the whole thing upside down. But the image of, we couldn't see anything else of him because he's just behind this swing, except for his foot sticking up with a flip flop hanging off of it. It's very, very common. It's like I said, like a cartoon. So that's what I would think about, like the guy's shoes just flying off into orbit. It just looks like it. Just
my brother's got.
It can't be real life.
Do you remember, guys, the first personal cameras that came out in the 90s?
Yes.
They're kind of bulky and they used little tapes and shit. My brother has videotape. I'm water skiing behind the boat. It's my mom's old jet boat, and my brother's driving the thing, and his girlfriend, now his wife, is filming. And as they're dragging me along, I drop my one ski, and I'm on just one, and I'm going to do the barefoot thing, right? And so I drop the other ski, and I'm barefooting for, I don't know, I make it for about 3 minutes. I'm doing fine. And then something fucks up. And honest to God, I pinwheeled over that lake, upstairs of the lake, for a good 20 seconds before I went bloop and into it. Like it was hilarious to watch, man. We got drunk and watched that for many years because it was priceless.
People laughed when I fell off a bike trying to do a flip one time. Like it hurt real bad, but they were laughing, and I was laughing. I'm like, oh my God, I wish we had a camera. But then I'm like, I guess adrenaline was kicking in because I was doing a jump. So, I'm already like pumped. I'm going as hard as I can on the bike trying to hit this jump. And I crashed. I got hurt. And I get like a few minutes. I don't even know. Like, I can't even tell you a time frame. Maybe 10 minutes. It might have been 2 minutes. Then it started hurting. And I was like, I hyperextended my elbow. It sucks real bad. And it's like, okay, now it's not funny anymore. It's like, okay, maybe time to go home and see what an adult thinks about this.
Elizabeth just gave me her camera from
yeah?
high school. I think there we go. And no shit, tiny little thing takes colored photos. Like, hang on. What is this? This is what she used to take photos of us, the three of us with in high school.
Wow.
That's a tiny camera.
And the guy that did the development of the film would do it for free because he'd get a lot of pictures of boobies.
Okay.
Yeah, he'd go to prison for some of those photos, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not creepy at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, a
So you
bunch of
didn't
high
care?
schoolers showing their tits. Yes, this is. Let me develop this film.
She
Come back
didn't care.
anytime you
None of them
want,
were
free of
pictures of her
charge.
own. None of them were pictures of her own.
That doesn't matter. They're not supposed to develop those pictures in the United States. If they get filmed like that, they immediately go, okay, no, and they call the cops. Like that's a big no-no.
Yeah.
Hey, look, we were 15 and 16 at the time, and
That's illegal.
She was 15. She was 15.
Can I tell you a quick joke?
Sure.
There was this cowboy. He had these brand new black cowboy boots. They were the his pride and joy. And he'd get them polished to a mirror finish. Well, he goes to a dance one night, and he's dancing with one girl, and he says, "You have pink underwear." And she goes, "Yeah, what are you, psychic?" And he's like, "No, I can see them in the, my boots are so shiny, I can see the reflection." And she kind of, okay. He dances with another chick later, and he says, "You have yellow underwear." And she's like, "Yeah, I do." Same thing. And then finally, he's dancing with another girl, and he goes, "Look, I got to ask you a question. I'm just curious. What color underwear are you wearing?" And she says, "Why, I'm not wearing any underwear at all." And he went, "Oh, thank God. I thought I had a hole in my boot."
That took a second. Gotcha.
I love dirty old man jokes.
I thought it was going to go a different direction. Like, oh, you have a penis.
Yeah, nowadays.
You're not a girl.
Old joke, though. I think my granddad taught me that joke.
Also, Leah Thomas has been disqualified from competing against real women.
Well, the truth was it never was a real woman. It didn't even go for boob surgery. It didn't have its dick lopped off. It just grew its hair out and said, "I'm a woman."
It was a man in a female swimsuit that said, "I'm a woman now." And we found out recently that there is another swimmer who tied Leah Thompson's speed. And instead of giving them like both the trophy, they decided to pick the man for optics. How fucked up is that?
Yeah, I saw that. And the other one is it has been sandbagging. So it's like, no, I don't win every meet.
Yes.
Bullshit.
I heard that. So the reason you can tell Leah Thomas has been sandbagging is because their times are drastically lower than they were when it was ranked 454th, or is it 445th in men's division? The times were faster, and now they're not. Is that because the mind has changed, or like nobody's saying he's sandbagging, so he's not like completely destroying them? Because the times that he put up against the men would have destroyed the women.
But even same goes with track and field. I look at these poor girls. They've been training their whole fucking lives to get into the Olympics.
Thank you.
Only to get taken out by some guy. Like, are you serious? How can you do this to women? What happened to women's rights?
Just nationals or state or anything. Like, they train, like, they're 6 years old. What do you want to do? This is what I want to do. I want to play basketball. Okay, play basketball. And then some boy comes along and joins the team and says, "I'm a girl," and just dominates in female sports. I mean, I'd rather not even talk about contact sports because there's Fallon Fox and just like put 2 women in the hospital. What happens when it starts getting towards that again? I'm kind of happy that Leah Thomas got taken to the place where they need to be because it's ridiculous.
The MMA
What are you
thing
doing
really
contact
pissed me
sports?
off. I mean, he didn't just win that fight. He broke that chick's skull.
Cracked her orbital socket, and she will never fight again.
Yeah.
Brutalized.
Yeah, like that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Here's the reason why me and Elizabeth don't box. Men bones denser than women bones. Men bones way more.
They're denser, yeah.
It's a rubber coated sledgehammer to a skull that isn't designed not to break under it.
And this isn't the things we're discussing is not like we hate trans people or we hate women or all women are weaker or smaller. But
I like to think I'm progressive, so I think I may have a solution. Since testosterone makes you stronger, I say let trans people join sports, but also allow women to take performance-enhancing drugs.
We've talked about that, but that will alter what they look like and how they behave, and women don't want to do that. Now, if you're talking about just a competitive edge,
all you have to do is look at the Russian Olympic teams from the late 70s through to the 90s before the wall fell. Those aren't women. They've been so injected with steroids and with testosterone that they're basically men.
Or the one from, what was it, 2018 they got disqualified? Look at those. It's like they're clearly juicing. Women's legs don't look like that. And they're runners? No. You look at all the other women, then you look at the Russian chick, and you're like, oh.
I think we should bring some Russian women over here.
I can remember the 1984 Winter Olympics. I was glued to it because we had so many Canadians doing well in skiing and curling and everything. I mean, we were dominating in those days in Winter Olympics. For luge, women's luge, I swear to God, they had a 350-pound, 6.5-foot tall man that they called a woman. And put it on the luge and down. It just dominated that sport.
That's
going to
add some speed.
It turns out he really was a woman, but she was so pumped full of fucking testosterone and steroids. It was unreal. So she lost her medal.
I'll put it this way. My wife has complained that it takes her 10 times the amount of work to put on the same muscles as a dude. She's stronger than most people in the community, male or female. But the thing is, she actually looks like a fucking woman because she's never taken steroids. She also won't touch any food and drink at a fucking gym.
We watched Terror on the Prairie. Gina Carano is stacked. She is a very, very muscular woman. Like I was watching, I'm like, I got shoulders. That chick is built, but
she is.
Still looks like a woman, and she's very feminine in her appearance and the way she moves. And yeah, I've seen her in interviews and stuff, and she giggles and things like that. And she's very, very feminine, and she's actually kind of sweet. But again, she's built, but she's not built like a man. She's built like a very strong woman. And that's what she was in the movie.
There are strong women. I know this. I've got a cousin that's a little older than me, and I'm telling you, man, she played hockey in the 70s on the women's teams, and she was a big woman. Like she's 6'1", probably around 250 pounds. And yeah, man, like you don't want to fuck with her, man. She'll knock you out.
I had a one-night stand when I was in college with a 6'3" blonde Amazon goddess, and she was not disproportionate. She was just like a very, very tall woman, and she's damn good looking. Like I was shit faced, and she was not anywhere near as shit faced as I was. And she was like, I'm kind of bored. I don't remember exactly what happened, but we wound up going in the room and sitting and chit chatting for a while. And, we went at it, and we destroyed this poor girl's fold-out sofa, and broke a lamp, and like the room was just a little destroyed because her legs
Too
were
much information.
long. Right. So it was, what I remember is like her legs went on forever because I had never been with a woman that was taller than me, and it was cool. And like the next morning, she's making me breakfast, and I was like, "Oh, holy shit, that was awesome!" And she's like, "Are you okay?" Because I'm shorter than she is.
See, I've got an issue too. Like, I'm a great big tall motherfucker, and very few women can look me in the eye. It's when I did find one or two, it always seemed like they were crazy, and it just didn't work out. My wife, like I said, I've shrunk a bit in my old age. I'm down to 6'2" and a bit. I used to be 6'3" at my height in my 20s, and my wife was only 5 feet tall. We went to a Halloween party. I was the ventriloquist, and my wife was the ventriloquist dummy on my lap.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That's funny.
We won. We won best costume.
Awesome.
My wife is 5'6". She has a perfect hourglass figure, alabaster white skin, raven black hair, all natural, and she is hot enough to make any straight man jizz himself to death. And on top of that, she is literally stronger than I am. And I fucking love her.
There's a customer that I have. She's a regular. She is a beast of a woman. Like, she's at least 6'3". She's probably taller than that. And she's not like muscular strong, but she's large. She's got like huge tits. Like, it's ridiculous. And she's just large. Like, she has wide hips, she's got big thighs, she's got big arms. But like, looking at her, she doesn't have like a gut hanging out, you know? Like, she's just big. Like Shaq. If you look at Shaq, you don't think fat. He's just large. And that's what she's like. She's just a huge woman. And she's kind of pretty in the face, but she's got a damn, like, it's like a half ring stud in her nose, and I'm not into that. That's not my thing. But she's like, I'm not unattracted to her, but she's like physically imposing. She's huge. Like, she could probably just beat the shit out of me. I'm not small, and she could probably just wreck me.
I've always wanted a woman that was big enough to take control, man. But it's never happened.
Oh, she's such a sweetheart too. Like, her voice is like Raquel's kind of voice, is very sweet and kind of melodic, and it just doesn't fit her size. Like, and she's like, "Hi, how are you?" It's a very high pitched, kind of lilting voice, and I'm like, "Hi, how you doing?"
I don't know, dude. I'd be worried if that might be a ma'am, if you know what I mean.
It is.
It's ma'am.
That's that ma'am has a child. So no, I don't think so at all. Again, the face is too pretty, and the rest is totally a woman. She's just very, very big.
You know what? I probably shouldn't bring this up, but I did a little deep diving into how they do this sex change thing and how they work out a new vagina for.
Still gross. Yeah, I've seen video.
Woman. It really ends up. It's still, you're going in through the front, but you still end up in the butt, which is disgusting. I'm sorry, but that's ew.
Yeah.
Hey, they call me nobody. There's like, now 9 times out of 10 I'll carry my wife upstairs, but there is nothing better than when she carries me upstairs.
Good Lord.
Fuck, I wish I was at her house right now.
Like, I
haven't had my wife. I've never had my wife fucking carry me, but I will admit that many moons ago, I showed up in my old hot rod pickup truck at dawn, opened the door, basically fell out of the truck, crawled up the sidewalk. It was my wife kicking me all the way into the house.
Ouch.
They call me nobody. We had to replace the walls. We had to replace the walls in the bedroom with plywood. They've been made. They got the plasterboard over top and everything else. It looks just the same. The reason why was because Elizabeth has a habit of throwing me through walls for the fun of it. I have a habit of doing the same thing back to her. Like, it's fun.
Okay.
A question. When Fred was earlier here, he said he was joining some kind of Bob's place. Is it like burgers?
You
Bob's
don't know
Burgers
Bob's
is
Big
good.
Boys?
Oh,
No.
Bob's Big Boys. Yeah, it's Big Boy Burgers.
Oh, they're burgers?
It's a
Yeah.
big, yeah. The logo is like a big fat dude holding up a big burger. Like, think of the donut boy from The Simpsons, only it's a hamburger.
Big
Yeah,
Bob's
and it's
burger.
been around since, my God, since I was a child. It's just the franchise has shrunk. But they make probably the best damn burger in the United States, in my opinion.
I'm not familiar with this place.
I've been to some really good burger joints. There's Ray's Hell Burger that was in Arlington, Virginia. It was an offshoot of Ray's The Steaks. That's RAY''S The Steaks. Clever name. Very, very expensive. Very, very posh. Not something you could do, several times a month unless you have the means. I didn't have the means. I could do it like every couple of months, go there on a date or something. Very expensive, very well done. Same kind of steak they would in-house turn into chuck and make burgers out of that. And they had all kinds of crazy toppings like fried shoestring potatoes and truffles or mushrooms and shallots sauteed in truffle oil and just all kinds of crazy. They had every single kind of cheese you can think of. Those probably the best burger I've ever had. And there was...
No, I'm talking about franchises, not fucking one-off gourmet stuff.
There's like a big Texas burger in Centerville, Texas that I went to that was really, really good. But there's a few of them, but it's not like a nationwide chain. Yeah, chain restaurant. I like best burger. I think there was like I don't know if that was the name of it, but it had several locations in Florida. But it wasn't Smash Burger, but it was something like that. That was really, really good.
Do you guys get Fat Burger in the United States?
I've heard of it, but I don't know if we have.
Oh, it's huge here, and oh boy, it's Fat Burger is the best burger in Canada. And what's better is all their restaurants are licensed, so you can sit down, have a burger at lunch with a beer. You don't have to order some soda or a shake. You can have a fucking beer. Yeah. And, they got great fries. Everything's just, the burgers are fantastic. They're thick as hell. I can't get through the whole meal. I just can't.
Do you guys have Five Guys up there? I've been to the original Five Guys. Everyone talks stuff about, like, Five Guys is just amazing. It's the best one ever. I think there's one in Florida. I've been to the original in, I think it was Fairfax, Virginia. Alexandria, Virginia is where the original is. They had one in Arlington, and they just started popping up all over the place. And they're like, you gotta go. This is the best, like the best burger you'll ever have. No, it was like a step up from McDonald's. That's the size of the patty, and it's clearly been smashed into a flat top, and it's well done. It's greasy. It's not dry, but it's clearly well done meat. And like, and they can put some pickles on it and some mustard and some ketchup. I'm like, this burger also costs like $7 with fries. Like, I can make 4 meals if I go to the store and get the same stuff, and it's going to be a hell of a lot better than that thing. Like, I just shit all over it. And people thought I was crazy, and they're like, "No, you're a lunatic. You don't know what you're talking about." I'm like, pretty sure I do. It's not the best burger I've ever had. Not even close.
Yeah, no, it's same. There was a chain here in Canada for a bunch of years. I'll bet they were in the States too. They were called Harvey's. And you could make your own burger. Like they'd hand you the burger, you'd put cheese on it, pickles, etc. yourself through the little stuff that was there under the sneeze guard.
Right.
And they were terrible. They're fucking terrible. And yeah, they're gone. So long.
Well, that's the
you
thing.
can't
Like
sell a
Five
shit
Guys
product.
Five Guys is super popular. It was, of course, it was very popular up in Virginia because that's where it started. And I just, for the life of me, I don't understand why. Like, yeah, they were pretty quick. Like, this is a real piece of meat. It's not something packaged and shrink wrap and frozen like McDonald's or Burger King. But no, it wasn't. It was fine. I guess it's food. But no, as far as quality of burger, I've had much better for cheaper price.
Have you gone to Steak and Shake?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like Five Guys is a little below Steak and Shake because if you ask for a medium rare burger or medium burger at Steak and Shake, you can get a medium burger. You ask for that at Five Guys, you're just going to get a flattened out patty just covered in grease. Like, I have no idea what they do as far as their equipment and their cooking methods, but it seems to me like they just spray down the flat top with some kind of cooking oil, probably vegetable oil, and they just coat the burgers in that and throw it on the flat top and press it down until it cooks fast.
Oh, question for you. Their fries, they're kind of funky to me. Like they're cooked, but they some kind of, I don't know, oil on them, and they're really limp. They're not like really crunchy.
Yeah, I hate limp fries.
Steak and
limp,
Shake?
greasy fries.
No. Five Guys.
Oh yeah, Five Guys is boiled in peanut oil. Like that's not even. They're not fried. They're just boiled. Yeah, Five Guys fries were never my favorite. You get a whole lot of them when you eat Five Guys.
Yeah, I just find their fries really funky, and they really didn't really agree with my stomach.
I like Steak and Shake fries. I thought Steak and Shake fries were best, except for Checkers. I don't know if you guys have ever been at Checkers.
No,
That's a pretty good burger.
Yep, I've had a Checkers. It is pretty good.
I think Checkers might be the best chain burger I can think of.
I used to go to this place called Fuddruckers.
Oh, Fuddruckers, butt fuckers.
Yeah, we got Fuddruckers up here too. They're pretty good.
Are they still around?
The ones in Florida all closed, as far as I know. There was one down in South Florida that we used to go to. Went down there. I want to say 2011, maybe it was 2012. It wasn't there. Yeah, it was 2012. It wasn't there anymore. There was one in Tampa that closed down quite some time ago. It became they tore down the whole building too and put in a Zaxby's, which was not so bad.
I think they're still around, but they're really consolidating.
Yeah, I don't remember where they started, but that was one of the things we used to go to all the time. We love Fuddruckers. And no, back in the 80s and the 90s, no one said butt fuckers.
My personal Doc Forbin is saying, so a vote, what's your favorite burger aside from home cooked? My personal favorite is here in Canada, A&W serves a real beef burger. I like their triple grandpa burger. The spices they use on the meat is excellent. They're just so good.
That's a really good one. I've had A&W. It's been a while.
What about the Whataburger?
It's really greasy.
Really greasy.
I mean, it's fine. It's a bit expensive. Their chicken tenders are pretty good. I think the burgers are just a bit too greasy for me. Their chicken fingers are made to order too. Like they have the batter and stuff in house, and I've been in their kitchen before.
I know Adam has mentioned to me when we meet up in Ohio, he wants to take me to White Castle.
never had
White Castle was good in the 90s. It was kick-ass. But
Yes,
the last time I had White Castle, I was really disappointed.
There is an A&W restaurant in Centerville, and I have been there, but it's been a very long time.
Never been to White Castle.
Neither have I. I had like their frozen burgers you get at the grocery store, and they were a little more expensive than other burgers that I've had. Like Jimmy Dean sausages, that was the one. Like, so Jimmy Dean came out with little slider burgers, just like White Castle did. I don't even know if they still make them anymore. And I thought the Jimmy Dean ones were better. And White Castle's been doing that burger for like, oh God, decades and decades.
Yeah, I remember the first time when the slider craze came out, and I'm like, "What the fuck is a slider?" Oh, it's a little burger. Is it? Well, give me one. Let me have a look. He hands it to me. I looked at him and I went, "What the hell is this? A snack? You better give me about 5 more of these."
Sliders are really good, but I prefer the adults.
Oh, even when McDonald's brought out their double cheeseburger, you know, the fucking ads and all the posters in the store and everything make them look really big. The same thing. It showed up, and I'm like, "What is this? Like, I'm going to need 3 more of these. This is a joke. I should have just ordered a Big Mac."
Well, it turned into more of an appetizer, the slider. And I think that's good. We made one in-house at Waterside Marriott. It was a champion sports bar. This guy, he was nuts. Like, Fedorable actually brings up really good points and stuff. This guy was kind of conspiracy theorist, like Fed, but he was wrong on that everything, and he was just crazy. He was the one that came up with the roast and what do you call it, rub for the pork butt that we used for the pork sliders. And it was actually really, really good. You get bacon and you cube it really, like it's a full dice for the Jameson. I love Jameson. That's my favorite whiskey. It's just right out of the bottle. Look at you. You gotta tease me.
Mine was just water. Just a dull bottle. It just looks like vodka. If I drank that much of spirits nowadays, it'd literally kill me.
So he had, it was a Dr. Pepper like steam boil thing for this massive pork butt, and you just peel the thing apart. Like the acid in the Dr. Pepper would tear into the pork butt and it'd just fall apart. He created a rub for it. So you take that and you shred it, and then you throw it on a flat top with a little bit of Frank's Red Hot plus the in-house barbecue sauce that someone else made. You would dice bacon.
Man. Boosh, let me drop one on you. This is a hillbilly technique for doing ribs. So you want to boil your ribs first for a bit, and then marinate them for a bunch of time in some sauce, right?
Or steam them, or boil them. Yeah.
Sure, you want to get them sort of cooked first. Now, here's the best part. It's great if you have a smoker. That's the best. But if you don't, you can still use your oven to finish them off. But the sauce, this is the important part. You want to add, instead of adding a little sugar or something, add orange crushed soda pop.
Ooh.
Oh my God, it's good. It's so good.
Orange soda?
I've made Coca-Cola based barbecue sauce. I've never made orange soda based. I never thought about that.
Oh, it's fantastic.
This guy would make the pork butt. Like he was one of the ones that said, "Oh, you know what? They closed that Walmart over there. They're bringing in all this military equipment to spy on us." I'm like, "No, man. I used to work at that Walmart. They're shutting it down for like what is it called? Remodeling." And he went, "No, man. I saw these military trucks on the highway going down I-75. They're bringing the military into that Walmart over there." I'm like, "Oh, yeah, okay, dude." That's the guy that we had working for Marriott that made the pork butt. And you shred the pork like crazy, and they made their own barbecue sauce in-house. And I was maybe like 4 foot across, gigantic mixing bowl, and they stirred it with a paddle, like a steel paddle, just swirl it around and made the sauce. You dice very, very thick cut bacon, like a real dice, like the size of dice that you roll, and you put that they put that in the oven on like a whole bunch of different pans, and you mix that in with the pork on the flat top. Put that on a slider bun, top it with cheddar cheese and a pickle, and then put a toothpick through it. And those sold like crazy. And they were expensive because every single step of the process was made in-house, except for the Frank's Red Hot.
My cat's on the roof of my trailer. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have
Okay. Kitty's being naughty.
Oh, hey, DL. Welcome back, man. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah.
Butter. I'm thinking about food.
He texted me like, "You're still awake?" You're like, "Yeah, I'm still awake." Are like, "Are you doing okay?"
Yeah, Fuddruckers just disappear from places that I used to remember it being.
Yeah, same here down in Texas. My back is bothering me today. I don't know why.
I think it was either like 12 or 13 that I was working for Marriott, and we ran out of Caesar. Like that's, it wasn't like a purchasing problem. It wasn't like there was a shortage or anything like that. We just ran out. Like it just kept getting ordered like sides. I don't know. Like we should never run out of Caesar dressing. And especially like we had a banquet. It was the largest ballroom in Florida was at that Marriott, and we rented a Caesar. And one of the executive sous chefs comes in there and he goes, "How much ranch can we let go of?" And the executive chefs, and they're like doing math and stuff, and we have a meeting about it. Like, you know, if it's a Caesar salad, you know, you tell the employees or you tell the wait staff they can't serve Caesar salad, or you know, if it's a side of Caesar dressing for whatever. Or there was the Waterside Grill, which was the premier like upscale restaurant in the hotel. They had so we're all in this meeting, and one of the sous chefs goes, "How much ranch can we let loose of?" And they start talking about it, you know, price. It's okay, you know, the next order we have to replace it. They're on a budget, very, very strict budget. And they wind up going, "We can get rid of this many. Why?" And he goes, "I need peppercorns and I need a whole bunch of anchovies and I need like 3 guys and we can make Caesars from ranch." And he did. Like we just started smashing peppercorns and then throwing them into a mill and grinding them up real fine and adding them to the ranch that we already had in house. Like we made that on site too. We just put in these giant Cambros, like 3-gallon Cambros, and we just poured those into a gigantic mixing bowl, added all the other stuff. Like we made anchovy paste on site. So it was interesting what you can do in a kitchen, and especially a kitchen that size where you've got all kinds of stuff. Like I love working. I should let that down.
I can't get them now up here. But when I lived in Edmonton in the city, Friday and Saturday nights I'd usually get drunk and be screwing around on my computer.
That's what I'm doing.
My favorite thing to order for fast food was Donairs.
Donairs?
I love Donairs.
Are those donuts?
No. They're a wrap made out of this spiced beef that's cooked on a spit.
It's called Donner. It's called a Donner.
Okay.
No, Donair.
It's a Donner.
Donair. How do you get donor out of Donair?
Not donor, Donner. Like the Donner Party that got lost and eaten?
No, it's not Donner. And oh God, they're good. They're a big favorite here in Canada. So that's another one that sometimes when I go into town, my lunch, I always got to pick out a lunch, something favorite that I haven't had in a long time. And sometimes it's Donairs. Other times it's fried chicken. Other times it's Chinese. Because it's shit I can't get up here. I just can't. I can't order, you know.
It's called a Donner kebab. It's pronounced Donner. Noun. Fast food dish comprised of grilled meat, served in salad or pita with bread and chili sauce. Word origin, Turkish. Kebab, Donner. It is Donner. It's definitely Donner. Donner. Donner.
Look, Maury has a huge
Up here it's spelled
watermelon.
It's actually a small slice.
Donair. Donair.
Maybe that's the French spelling. I don't know. But I know what that is. I've never made it myself, but I'm gonna pull the card. I've been to culinary school. It's Donner.
That's sexy.
I think it's got to be the French respelling of it.
Yeah, it's got to be the French spelling or
pronunciation.
something.
Yeah.
You know, we're big on that. Like we used to have things called crescent rolls. Everyone knew what a crescent roll was.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Well, you can't call them that anymore.
Why?
Up
Why the
here
hell
in
is that?
Canada, now they're called it's a croissant.
It's a croissant.
To be
Well,
fair, I
you
think
can
croissants-
call
You know
them
what?
both.
Fuck you. It's a crescent roll, you
with
prick.
raspberries.
Well,
It
you
is
can
a
call them
crescent roll,
both.
Well, that's the thing is, okay, so years and years and years ago, actually, it was just last century, so it's not that long ago, the French decided they made all the rules about culinary. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. So they said there's 5 different sauces, and every other sauce, boosh, checkers, hamburgers, and fries are I think those are probably my favorite.
Boosh.
Checkers.
It goes further. They outlawed the word champagne. You
What?
cannot call bubbling wine of any kind in any country champagne. Champagne
Unless-
comes from the Champagne province, and that's that. And
Correct.
they
Oh,
actually
kick
made
my
that
ass.
stick throughout the entire world.
Except for
We used
Russia,
to call
who doesn't
baby
give a shit.
duck wine was called champagne. Not anymore.
Russia has said, yes, this is champagne. It's the exact same stuff. It's the exact same grapes. We make it here. We make it in the same soil. It has the calcium that rolls off the hill like this. And French are just the most arrogant when it comes to culinary. So you cannot call it a croissant if it does not have the exact layer of this pastry with the butter. It's like, no, shut the fuck up. It's called a crescent roll. You're out of your mind.
Dude, there's a reason everyone hates the French. Number 1, they don't bathe and they stink. And number 2, they're assholes.
Eddie Izzard said, at some point, is like after World War II, the French became very kind of snooty and very spiky and fucking French. They became fucking French. This is the best explanation I've ever heard.
They didn't become French. They've always been that way, man. Like,
They became
from
that way
the
after
dawn
World
of
War
time.
II.
Bullshit. They were dicks back in the
They
1800s
declared-
and even before that, man.
They
Like,
declared you cannot
Yeah, they're
call
cutting
it
each other's
tomato
heads off
sauce.
with guillotines. They're dickheads.
Well, that's like 1600s.
well,
I mean,
actually, that was kind of cool. The French Revolution was a case of the people rising up and guillotining
I know.
everyone that was in power.
They're the bougie motherfuckers,
Bouge.
kind of brought it on themselves, and then like
The bourgeois.
cutting somebody's head off is still freakish, though. So like they were just killing their own countrymen.
But she said
that's what
Bushi.
it
I
is.
thought she was talking to me.
You can't even make champagne, and the same reason champagne was originally made in, because they re-regioned the border, and most of the farms are just across the border.
They tried to do that here with bourbon. They can't call it bourbon unless it's from Bourbon, Kentucky. And then the Japanese were like, "Yeah, we have bourbon here in the United States." It's like, "Yeah,
I
fine,
argue-
whatever. I don't fucking care."
I argue that it's a type of whiskey, not where it comes from.
I would.
I
Agree.
hate bourbon. I only like Jim Beam Black.
That's fair.
It's Old Number 7, Jack Daniels is based on a sour mash. Bourbon whiskey is
Yeah,
based on a rye.
I used to drink.
Is it
Sweet
based on
mash.
rye?
I used to
Sweet
drink
mash.
Sweet mash.
mass amounts of bourbon when I was younger. I went Wild Turkey,
Damn.
all of them. Jack
Maker's Mark.
Daniels. What's
Oh,
the other one?
Jack Daniels is not
Cuddy.
bourbon.
Now I'm into Scotch. I'm into Scotch and Irish whiskey as I've gotten older.
I agree with that. As my palate changed, I honestly never really liked Jack Daniels. It was fine, but as far as like a sipping whiskey, and it's not because my family's from Ireland. I just like
It's not
Jameson.
very good
I like
to
Towers.
just sip on. Yeah,
Jack Daniels?
I like
No.
Scotch. I like high-end scotches, and I like Jameson's Irish whiskey.
Like with Jack Daniels, I would like a good Jack and Coke if it's mixed properly. If they have too much Jack Daniels in there, it just doesn't.
The ratios are everything.
Yeah, it doesn't taste right. Rum and Coke, you can mix half and half rum and Coke, and it's still kind of okay.
What?
But Jack Daniels, again, like
Yeah,
Laura was saying,
I like the sour mash of the Jack Daniels. It kind of offsets the Coke. I don't drink anymore.
I had a decade of rum. I don't know what the hell got hold of me, but I stopped drinking everything, and I started drinking rum. And
same.
Jesus Christ, I got right carried away on that Lamb's Navy. That's very popular here in Canada.
I was probably about 5 years on the rum. Like it was not every day, but when I would get drunk, that's what I would drink, and I drank a lot of it. And I kind of had to stop doing that. It was well, nobody. You've seen my collection of Sailor Jerry memorabilia.
Oh yeah. No, and rum's good. I still like a little rum. Every now and again, I'll buy like a fifth of dark rum, a high-end dark rum, and bring it home. And don't get me wrong, I don't drink a lot of it. I'll have maybe a shot a day.
Good night, Dio.
Good night, Dio. The dark rum, I don't know, because there's rumors about like the sugar they put in it and the amount of spices that's in it, and that's what gives you the hangover, quote unquote, impurities. I think it was probably just the amount that I drank. Because I like dark rum.
Two things can be true.
A hangover is actually dehydration.
That's part of it, yeah. But there's also like if I drink proportionally, like APV wise percentage, the same amount of dark rum versus the same amount of beer, I'm not going to have anywhere near the amount of hangover I would have with rum. Or whiskey's another good one. If I drink the same amount of Jameson as I would rum, in my experience, it's just me, I would not have as bad a hangover on Jameson as I would on the dark rum. Like I wake up like my eyes, I can't like blink to water my eyes after the rum, but on whiskey, like I'd be, I'd have a headache and I'd feel kind of shitty, but I could get up and move around and be fine.
Rum was originally supposed to be a poor person's drink because it was the leftover stuff.
The first
the
time
real poor person's drink was gin.
Gin's a natural abortive.
Gin took over England for quite some time.
Rum was working class alcohol, and sailors and working class. The high end whiskeys were for rich. But yeah, man, your usual street trash in London, England drank gin.
It didn't used to be like that. It didn't used to be like that. Gin was brought from Denmark. I don't remember where it originated, but they brought it to England.
Yeah, it's from the Netherlands.
It started very classy because they started mixing it and making all these different kinds of mixed drinks to it. Then it became very popular. Then it became, like you said, less expensive, and it just took over. Like gin was hoity-toity for a little while there in England, and then
gin is still cheap. If you're into alcohol and you really want to get hammered up, gin's cheap as hell. That's one,
I prefer vodka.
If you're intending to get blind fucking drunk one night, the only other one I can think of that's really good and cheap is Mexican fucking tequila.
Oh, I need expensive. I cannot have cheap tequila. It just tastes so bad to me.
I was always a Cuervo girl myself.
I'm not a fan of Cuervo. Cuervo Gold's okay. There's some other ones like Ranchero. What is it? There's another one like Allegro. There's some really cheap tequilas out there that are just awful. It's like paint thinner but bitter. It's real bad. I think maybe it's Rancho Allegro. Maybe that's the name of it. And there's another one that was at this bar I used to work at, and it was well night, and I'm playing darts with some people, and they had a special on well drinks. It was just cheaper to do a shot of that, and I said I was going to buy a shot for the group. Like there's 6 of us, and I'm like, okay, I'll buy 6 shots. And I went, what? Let's all get the same shot. What do you want? What do you want? One is like someone said Fireball. I said Fireball. Then like the rest of them said tequila, and I went, okay, I'll go get some tequila. Worst fucking drink ever. Oh, and one of them, this girl, like saw the looks on our faces, and she sipped it and spit it back into the shot glass and said, "I don't want that. Does anyone else want it?" And we all went, "No."
No.
A, you spit it back in the glass,
no.
and B, no. Like this is
listen. My favorite shot. My favorite shot. I gotta ask you guys: have you ever had a B-52?
No.
Oh my God, they're good. They're like drinking a chocolate milkshake. They go down so easy. You have 2 or 3, and then you realize you're hammered.
The best
I don't really drink, so.
I really liked Irish car bombs for a while there. Expensive shot, but I really liked Irish car bombs. You just get blasted on Irish car bombs.
The best drink I ever had, and it's not because the alcohol tasted good, it tasted like crap. It was because the very next day, the girl's father arrived at the fucking prep school, and we all heard him ring her out for wasting $1,000 worth of alcohol, and it was only 1 bottle.
Sounds like Johnny Walker.
I have no idea what it was, but I was like, "Holy shit!"
It might have been Pappy's. Pappy Van Winkle. I don't know if you guys ever heard that. It's extremely expensive whiskey, and it's very, very good. I have had 1 glass of Pappy. I think the cheapest one is like $700 a bottle or something ridiculous like that. I've had Pappy. It's really good. I don't know if it's $700 good, but it's pretty fucking good. I think my favorite is Jameson. Well, as far as a blended whiskey is Jameson, which I got in an argument with, I don't remember, some idiot from culinary school was like, "No, it's not a blended whiskey. It's a single malt." And I went, "Ugh, just don't." Like we didn't have the internet on all of our phones at that point. I had a flip phone, so I could look it up.
The most expensive bottle of fucking liquor I've ever bought is I bought a 300-year-old bottle of Jameson's Irish whiskey.
Wow.
And it cost me $650. And it was fucking good.
You drank it? I wouldn't drink that. I'd hang on to it and then sell it.
If I ever go
Shit, no. Me and my boys, as soon as I bought it, I had a bunch of my friends come over, and we fucking killed that bottle, man.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I think he has to go calm down from the shock of that.
What's wrong with you?
You have too much money.
Yeah, it is what it is. I don't give a shit no more. I have more money than my children can spend in their lifetimes. My grandkids are going to get a bunch of it.
You do realize I was hoping you would donate to my campaign with that kind of talk.
I'm just saying.
I'm not an American, though. I'm into Canadian politics, and I donate heavily to Canadian politics.
To be fair, one
See,
could
I'm
argue
sorry,
just
Moira,
donate-
don't get me
you could
wrong.
donate
I
to my
like you a
channel.
lot, but my point is that, I try to do what I can for the people in my country.
I don't ask much.
The thing is, I've earned enough money where I got land, and I'll never have to work again in my life. It's stretched thin.
Yeah,
right?
Milton, I own a ton of land. I have 5 sections of decent farmland in Alberta that I own half and half with my brother. That's the family farm. And now I'm leasing and under control for the next 5 years of, I shit you not, 2,000 hectares of claimed gold land.
So
Nice.
I go pee, and we moved on from alcohol.
And the cool part is, here's what's cool, is these guys came at me and they wanted to give me, I shit you not, they wanted to give me $120 million for my claims and take them over with the equipment and everything, the camp, everything. And I'm like, okay, I'll sell out and retire for that. You bet. And they put a deposit You have to put a deposit on a deal like that of 10%. That's $120,000. So this is sitting in my account in escrow, and they backed out of the deal last month, and I get to keep the money. Like, they don't get that 120 back. I get to keep it.
If it's 10%, it would be 12 million.
No,
in
the
other
deal
words,
was for 12 million. 120,000 is 10%.
Oh, 120,000. I thought you said 120 million. My math went, wait, that's really, really a lot of money.
Yeah, no. But at the same time, then I go out, like I showed the picture earlier. You've probably seen it on Gilded. I go out and prove up one of the creeks the other day. I was only out there for about 5 hours, and I found 8 grams of gold.
Oh, yes.
Just
Yes. I saw a pan.
You know, like, you idiots.
I saw
So
it.
we're going to go ahead and
phone.
I'm going to fire up again. I'm going to hire a couple people, and I'm going to go
There's the
mining
gold.
again this summer.
Ah, it did show. There's the gold he found.
I was like, hey, he's making popcorn. Oh, wait, no, he's not.
That
is very
that came
special
straight
popcorn.
out of the creek that's just about 6 kilometers away from me, from where I am right now. I went
you don't
down
even
with
get
my
that far
quad.
in Sled Park Creek.
Yeah. And that's 3D physical gold, boys and girls. That's not garbage. That's not flake. That's the good stuff.
That is,
And that's just one pan.
Why do you have
one
reflected in the pan?
So how many hours sluicing did you do?
I haven't yet. I'm making plans. I got a couple of my friends that have mined for me before. We're gonna go small scale. We're gonna keep it low because of the price of fuel. We're not gonna go big, and we're just gonna work a little of the ground around the creek and see what we come up with. I don't want to spend a bunch of money on diesel for nothing. I've done that before.
Doc Forbes is talking about the old hurricane crawl in New Orleans. I went to New Orleans. I was there for 3 days, 2 nights. That was all I needed. It was in the French Quarter. I went down Bourbon Street. My mom met up with me. We stayed at the worst Marriott that I've ever stayed at, and went to a cookie shop, and the woman inside was just so blitzed on something. Might have been opioids mixed with marijuana, but she was just so completely out of it. And my mom was like, well, I was going to buy some cookies, some like decorative cookies for my mom. And she was like, oh, can we get a box of these? And she went, I don't know right now. Hang on. And I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake.
Good shit she got. Damn.
Oh, she was completely gone. People, we were walking down Bourbon Street, and there's some raunchy places down Bourbon Street. And like, there's a guy in the middle of the street doing a magic show. And there's these 2 little kids in like swimsuits and no shirts, just banging as loud as they can on a couple of 5-gallon plastic drums. And they're not making a tune. They're just smacking them as hard as they can. And people are stopping and they're going, oh, it's a really good beat. I'm like, oh, there is no beat. And people on a sidewalk would just stop. If like they heard a song from one of the shops on Bourbon Street, they just stop, and like 3 of them would just start dancing. It's like, hey, this are the humans. It's a sidewalk, not a side dance. That went to Felix's and had probably the best oysters I've ever had, which was really good.
Wow, your New Orleans experience sucked. I went to Mardi Gras in 1999 on my Harley Davidson. I rode down out of Alberta and went to Mardi Gras. Went all the way there with my wife. We hung out in the French Quarter. We had a hell of a good time. Everybody enjoyed everything. It was one of the best times of my life.
This during the day was when we went to eat at Felix's. It was not nighttime. And people were extremely loud and extremely rude and extremely stupid. And there was some jazz festival that was going to be happening on Sunday. And I was talking to someone in the Marriott about it. It was like, I just wanted to have a drink, just be out of that. And I was like, it's crazy out there. It's the jazz festival coming up on Sunday. And I went, but it's it's not today, right? And they went, no, but that's how it gets. And I went, is it like this like every day? And they said, yeah, pretty much.
Oh yeah, dude, it's crazy as fuck. People are loud and obnoxious, but that's part of the whole thing. You're supposed to lose yourself in that.
Right.
I wanted some good food and some sightseeing, and I swear to okay, so I lived in the city, the city, like Washington D.C. for almost 7 years. I've seen people stand on a street corner and yell at the sky, or just yell at cars driving by. I've seen people blast out of their mind on drugs all the time. Pretty maybe every few weeks I would see that. I think they had like a law where one of those guys or girls had to be on every single street corner down Canal Street because they were there. Like one of them was this, and he's got his jeans, like hanging around mid thigh, so everyone can see his underwear. If he jumped up and down, his pecker would probably flop out, and he is just screaming out loud to nobody, not you, nobody, but just no, he's just screaming. And walk down and like there's a CVS over there. This is back when they had cigarettes at CVS. I'm like, okay, I'll go over there, check this out. Walk in there. There's some dude just outside of CVS, like people walking by, and he's just screaming nonsense at people walking by.
Where and when was this?
2017 in New Orleans. It was atrocious.
Are you sure it wasn't a Walgreens?
Might have been a Walgreens. I think you're right. Might have been a Walgreens.
Isn't it just down the street from the one titty bar and across from the bigger titty bar?
It's let me think of geography. Oh, I gotta think of geography.
Like Canal Street's here, the next road over this.
It's on Canal Street. The next road over.
Oh, on Canal. Okay.
It's on Canal Street on the main drag.
Okay.
That I learned real quick is the way to get back to the highway. I looked at a map real quick and I went, okay, this is the easiest way to get the hell out of here, because it was just I didn't have a good experience. I understand that lots of people do have a good experience, but 2 nights was enough for me. Again, Felix's best oysters I've ever had. I've been at the Oyster Bar in Grand Central Station, which is very expensive, very posh as well. Very, very good oysters. But Felix's in New Orleans, I gotta say, is just fucking phenomenal.
Almost any place in New Orleans has got good oysters.
Boosh, do you know what I need to do? I need to save up money, and I need to somehow get They Call Me Nobody into the same place, you and Jesse Miller, and make you and Jesse Miller give me a tour of America.
I'm poor. Yeah. Nobody could do it, and Jesse could do it, but I'm pretty fucking poor.
That'd be quite a trip, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
It costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to see all the sites throughout Canada and the U.S., man.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
A lot of dough.
We have every single climate you can think of, except for where nobody lives, which is just the Arctic. We don't have the Arctic here. But we have swampland. We have the largest swampland in the Northern Hemisphere, protected swampland in the Northern
Mountains, deserts.
We mountains. We got 2 mountain ranges. They're both vastly different. The people that live there are vastly different.
If Elizabeth would let me, which she wouldn't, I would want to live where They Call Me Nobody lives for a year.
I'd turn you into my gold slave. Dig, motherfucker, dig!
I thought Milton would do it. How much are you going to pay me?
The thing is, I like manual labor. And
listen, I want to drop this on you guys. One of the guys I called up that I said, look, man, you were with me last year. You knew what the tests are done. I showed him the picture of the pan. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to go back. Do you want to come and help me? And he's like, fuck yeah. You know why he said fuck yeah? Because the last time he worked for me 2 years ago, he made $200,000 in 1 year.
I volunteer as tribute.
I would as well,
but you can't do what he did. You just can't.
What did he do?
Picked up a lot of
worked
heavy
his
shit.
Ass off. 12 hours a day, boot fucking work.
I can't do 12 hours a day lifting crap all day.
Only 12 hours, seriously.
Only 12 hours. It busted my ass. Like, I'm not kidding. 12 hours solid on my feet at Taco Bell. I was like, it was kicking my ass. Do that for a year?
No, I'm talking running a piece of equipment all day, and every so often you got to get out and grease it, and at the end of the day you got to clean the tracks with a shovel and shit. It is hard fucking work. You're being eaten by mosquitoes constantly. It never ends.
Mosquitoes up there.
No.
Mosquitoes aren't allowed.
It's hard. You guys have no idea how hard it is. Everyone gets this idea that, oh yeah, it's gold time, let's go for gold. You have no idea how brutal it is. And then, you'll go to take a shit out beside a tree, and a grizzly bear that's 1,200 pounds will try to eat you and chase you back to your machine. Oh yeah, it's like that, man. It's really.
Why you go armed with something?
Am I allowed to bring a bucket so I can shit in, or do I have to go like on the ground?
Just take a pickaxe and dig you a hole. You'll be fine.
I actually had some guys ask me, could you build us an outhouse? And I checked with the government, and the government said no.
So what's the word on a bucket? Like, I could just get a bucket and a lid.
Yeah, you could use a bucket, I suppose, and pitch it in the dump at the end of the day or whatever.
So this is a true story. I used to work construction in a place called Jupiter in Florida, which is north.
Hi, I love food.
It's well north of Miami. I don't remember how long the drive was, but we would just sit there in the truck and just haul ass up the turnpike until we got to Jupiter. And my friend's father was a contractor. Actually, he owned his own business building houses out in that area. Sold them for a lot of money, made lots and lots of money. And we're out in the middle of nowhere, and there's no outhouses, or there's no porta potties, and there's no plumbing. There's barely houses. Like, it's just the frame, not the frame, just the block construction and a roof in this area that's being developed. And I was like, I gotta take a shit. And he's like, we have work to do. We cannot spend time driving 15 minutes to the gas station so you can go. And I went, all right. And I went and shit in a cinder block.
Boosh, what kind of pretty boy are you? If a bear can shit in the woods, so can you. Like,
well, he just said he shit in the cinder block.
Did you not hear what I just said?
No, I'm just saying, like, I used to work on a gold screen until Elizabeth decided that was way too fucking dangerous. It's like, you're wasting time finding a cinder block. Find a tree, go behind that, use some moss, and get back to work.
I want to bring that up.
Trees. There's no fucking trees. All of the land has been cleared for a half a mile around.
No, what's he gonna
go walk?
What's Bush gonna do? Lean up against the cactus and take a dump?
Why not?
That would
Use
be
it as toilet paper too. Be a real man. Grab a stray cat.
My option was go shit in the house, which is not an option, or shit in a cinder block. That was it. And then I covered it with dirt and said, I hope whoever picks this up doesn't notice me.
I think, guys, got to cut you off. Raquel wants to talk.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to end the live stream here, but we continue talking in the back room. I love food. Thanks for stopping by. I'm sorry Edie caught the end of the stream, but I'll catch you later. Thanks for coming. Thanks for everyone that came on tonight. I appreciate it, and we'll catch you guys later. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Hit the like and subscribe buttons.
Yes, please do. And we'll see you all later. Hit the like
and subscribe button, or else I'll find out where you live.
Bye. Good night.
Good night, Gracie.